Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today. This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters. May the Most High be praised. No idolaters in the house, no idolaters in the house. We don't allow that behavior. All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom.
All right. This is a beautiful Shabbat day that we have woken up. Beautiful to be in the land of the living, serving the Most High, walking to the best of our ability. All honor, all praise, all glory belongs to this King, from everlasting to everlasting. He is great.
Amen.
Yes, he is. What I would like to do is go straight into the thanking the Most High first. Let's do that first. Let's do the portion where we thank the Most High. Anybody and everybody who has something that they would like to thank the Most High for, now will be the time to do so. So let's give the Most High his praise. Toda Rabbah. Who would like to be first?
Higdalia, actually. Malka Higdalia posted first. And Malka Higdalia says, I am thankful to the Most High for him, for his promises and mercy. No matter how hard things seems, I know he is just waiting to bless us once we do right. Hallelujah.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised. Okay, I guess that's my cue to continue from me. Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam, Shabbat Shalom to everyone that's here present virtually, physically, and to those who will attend or watch this at a later date. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High bless each and every one of us. Of course, it's repetitive. I'm always giving thanks to the Creator for this Shabbat day. I always, and believe me, every week look forward to this day. I count down. And I count down because, during the week, it's a lot of work being done. And I just know that to make it to his set apart day, to the day that he chose to rest, is a blessing. So I count it down. I look forward to it, or I count it up, rather, the positive side of it. I look forward to reaching this day when the evening comes in and going throughout the day and the motions of the Shabbat. I look forward to it because it's like a ritual for me that I do, when the Shabbat comes in, to make me feel closer to the Creator and to this day. So I feel really, I'm always excited about it. Truthfully, I'm always just feeling pleased that he allows me to make it to this day. So grateful for that. All praises, all honor, all glory to the Creator, for my parents, my Horim, for the legacy that they have bestowed upon me and my siblings and those who came under them and continue to study who they are. This week has been just definitely a testament to their legacy and the different things that I've dealt with this week, and just grateful that I have that ability to pull from what they taught me to be able to manifest and just endure, along with the Creator's strength and guidance that He places upon me graciously every day. All praises and giving thanks to the Most High for my Ish, for the covering that He has allowed to be in my life at this time, the blessings that come with it, the ups and the downs, the ins and outs of marriage and relation and understanding man and woman, and just what the Most High has allowed us to produce and develop and build within this union. So I'm grateful for that. Always grateful to the Most High for my Yaladim, those who I bore, especially because there's a special place that you understand and have been able to identify within our bond as mother and children. And then, of course, I'm grateful and always blessed to be thankful for my bonus children, the bonds that we have built and will continue to build. And grateful for my sister wife, grateful for my sisters, my sisters that I was born with, as in we share the same parents, or even my sisters that I wasn't, but we grew up together. So many different bonds that I'm thankful this week has shown me the gratefulness of it and the connectiveness and how we need each other. And so I'm super grateful for that. I'm super grateful for our school. I'm grateful for the parents that attend our school and the unification that they have shown within the last 2 weeks to help push GHA at TK. And I'm grateful for the staff that we have. I'm grateful for the students, most importantly, because these students are phenomenal. They show up every day. Even when you think a child is not good, they show up. And something happened this week where I had to be at another place, and I made some adjustments, but technology didn't work. And so I put in the chat for the parents to know that we're going to delay school for an hour. And when I came back in, all the students were sitting in the auditorium dutifully listening to the praise music that we always play. And it just brought warmth to my heart, because I didn't log back in and they were wilding, screaming and talking. They were really sitting there listening to the music that another student was sharing and just communing with each other. And that really just showed me that Proverbs where it talks about, you raise up the children and they will do. Yeah, I know it's more than that. But it just shows you that the consistency, the positiveness and righteousness that you place in a child's path, they will do it, And sometimes you have to be a strong and stand on it. But they understood the assignment, and the children carried on, and that just really made me smile. It made me know that not only is the Most High blessing this process with this school, but it showed me that the children really, 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 really have learned from us, and are leading by example. And so I'm proud of them for staying on, even though I wasn't there. They stayed on and they carried on correctly. So yeah, I'm just proud of the production of what we're doing. I'm proud of, just this life that the Creator has allowed me to live and live righteously and live with all those who are living it righteously. I'm proud to say that I am a daughter of Zion. It's weird. I don't want to say I'm proud to say I do want to say I'm proud to be a Hebrew Israelite, but it's so many asterisks that you have to put behind it, because so many people represent us in different ways. And so it's just important that we continue to carry on His name, to be the light that He has bestowed upon us. And Yeah, and always give him his praise. So Zehu, I believe that's it. Zehu.
It's some more on the sideline if you want to do those.
Yeah, I could do it. I think it's just one.
And don't forget, Chief Shema came in and say shalom this morning.
Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Chief Shema. Shabbat Shalom to all those who are here. Aim Sukari. Aim Sukari is thankful. I'm grateful that the Most High has blessed me in life for my health, my family, and my provision, like shelter. Shabbat Shalom.
Most High be praised.
Chief Malak says his mercy endure forever. Baruch Ha Elohim.
Absolutely.
And I am thankful for traveling mercies for Maish, for his traveling that he had to do this week. So giving thanks that the Most High allows him to return safely from his traveling.
I need them frequent flyer miles, much traveling as I be doing. I need them to build up, get me some free airline tickets. May God be praised to the Rabbi family. We got a wonderful lesson in store today. And they burnt their sons and their daughters as offerings, and they ate them. That's the part you don't see up there. And they ate them. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on in the class. They burnt their sons and daughters as offerings. You know, when you hear that, you don't quite think about how we destroy our children by raising them up. And you know, this they burnt their sons and daughters, and they eat them up, and they do all those things, and they consume them to prolong their lives. And we don't think about the things that we do in our lives, that we don't kill our children, we don't eat our children, but we are burning them up. We're burning their brains, burning their minds. We're not giving them opportunity to excel, to be their higher selves, to be their greater selves. We stunt their growth. We stunt their development. We raise them selfishly. We do a lot of things to prevent our children from being the best version of themselves that they could possibly be. And we do almost nothing to elevate and to raise them up. But all that can change. All of that can change. We got a lesson prepared for you all today, coming out of the 1 Kings or 2 Kings chapter 15, I believe, is where we start at today. 2 Kings chapter 15, and we'll be starting there. And just keep in mind, and they burnt their sons and their daughters as offerings. That's the theme for today. They burned them up as offerings, and then they ate them. And that's why when you go to the page, you'll see the little children sitting around with a bowl of food. Can you imagine eating them? Sometimes life can get so difficult and so hard that it challenges you to really find out who you are as an individual. As long as everything is going smooth in your life and you don't have too many difficulties, I mean, real challenging difficulties, you're able to be who you think is the best version of you. And then when hard times hit your life, hard times, real hard times, you find out who you really are. You get to find out what you're really made out of. Like, for example, just say, for example, the Most High, this brother, we talked to this brother been living this life for 25, 30 years. Never worked on the Shabbat day one day, and he actually teaches against it. He talks against violating the Shabbat day by going to work on the Shabbat. He gets laid off one day. He all right with that because he got $2 million saved up. So he cool because he can live off of his savings. He get hit with a lawsuit. They sue him for $3 million. His $2 million he has saved up is gone. But this happened 6 months after he lost his job. Y'all follow what I'm saying so far?
Okay.
His children is hungry. His wife can't go out to the store, the grocery store, adequately like she needs to get groceries. And he's a real man. Him not being able to provide for his family hurts him and brings him pain. He's a real man. So now he gets offered a job where he can make enough money to provide the needs of his family. The only stipulation is that on that job, he has to work on the Shabbat. What's going to be his answer? What decision is he going to make? You can't imagine right now, because we just sitting back talking about it, but you can't imagine the pressure that's on this man's shoulders right now from carrying the burden of his family and his family's survival. You can't imagine that right now until you are put in that position. It's rough. Believe me, it's rough. At that point, when he makes that decision, you get to see what he's really made out of. And if he turns down that job and then another job falls in his lap with the same requirements, he turned it down, then another one falls in his lap where he got to work on a Shabbat day to make this money. And if he doesn't work on a Shabbat day, then he's really built as a soldier for the Most High. No matter what, you will not intentionally violate the laws of the Creator. That's a real soldier. That's a child that the Most High will be pleased with.
Okay.
That's a brother that I can say, you's a brother. Let's get this thing going. Because a lot of us, when we tempt it and we test it with what we think is hardship, heartache, and pain and suffering, what we think is heartache, hardship, and pain and suffering, we fold under that type of pressure. And there's somebody listening to my voice right now in the audience who is guilty of that same thing, who was challenged with that same thing. One brother, he made it through. He said, I'm not going to. And he went into business for himself. He opened up his own business, started small, started scraping, but he became successful. And now he's able to provide the needs for his family. But he did not violate the Most High Shabbat day. The other brother turned away and he began to walk toward the world. He started off, he works at the airport. He violated the Shabbat day. And now he's completely walked away from the Shabbat and all the other laws completely. But he wants 2 wives. How's he going to do that? But that's how the Most High does. The Most High gives you over to your desires. And he tests you to see who you are and what you're made out of when you're a public figure. When he blesses you with a gift, he tests you to challenge you to see who you are, to show to you who you really are and what you need to improve on in your life. But most of us, we fall for that. We fall victim to those desires of the flesh. And we give in to that. And we don't humble ourselves before the Most High like we should. But may the Most High be pleased with all of our efforts. So, Imai, you got some more things to read. You wanna get started, or what you want to do?
Okay, now read it. Zaquina Kenya. The Solora says, Shabbat Shalom, Shalom Shabbat, family. Giving thanks to the Most High for life, health, strength, love, loved ones, family, friends, and for the safety of all. Total Most High for the comfort you bring to those mourning the death of loved ones. May your name be praised. Shalom.
May the Most High be praised.
Okay, there's no more thank yous yet. It's just comments about what you were talking about.
Yep. All right. So we're going to talk about some things today. If we don't have anything else, no one else want to thank the Most High for anything special today?
I can give.
Does anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special?
I can give my thanks. Hello?
Yes, you have the floor. Shalom.
Oh, okay. Shalom. Say shalom.
And by the way, that's a nice picture you got right there. That guy and that girl, that's a nice picture.
That is a nice picture. Total Rabah. Say shalom. Yeah. I am grateful. We are grateful for just continued life and continued renewed mercy every single day. I'm grateful that the Most High has provided me with the life that I have, with the covering that I have, and my ish, with the family that I have, and my blood family, my chosen family, my closest friends. I'm grateful that the Creator has blessed me with such a life and the means to understand as much as I understand right now, and to have the spirit of growth. I'm grateful that I have the spirit of learning something each day, or when times get rough, and just understanding at least trying to understand what life is about through the Creator's means. I'm grateful for that, having that spirit, because I kind of feel like without that type of spirit, you really wouldn't get far in life. And even if you do get far in life, you wouldn't get spiritually far, right? And I'm trying to spiritually elevate as high as I can in this lifetime. So I'm grateful for every opportunity I have to renew my spirit, and of course do that on the Shabbat day, and rest and reconnect with the Creator, teach our son about the Creator as much as possible through music and books and everything, and the language. I'm grateful that he has a community of Israelites, not just through us, his family, but through GHA. When he grows and becomes a part of the school community officially, he has somewhere he will have peers his age that are also in this life, and I'm grateful that he will have that experience, Creator willing. So I'm just thankful for all the blessings that we've been poured into as a family, and I'm looking forward to all of the many flourishing things that will happen on our land, Beulah land. So I think there's exciting things to come in the very near future. Toda Rabbah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. Praise the Most High, the mighty King. All right. Is there anyone else? Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special?
Sister Shemaya says, Koresh and I are here, and we are forever grateful.
May the Most High be praised. Koresh, shalom, shalom. My young man, I can't wait to get you and do some things with you.
Enki Tira says, Shabbat Shalom, family. Give it thanks to the Most High for his mercy. We cannot count the numerous deliverances from attacks on our lives. All praises for his continuous covering.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, Ein Keter. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Laurel. Shabbat Shalom, Shemaya. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. And Shabbat Shalom, Sister Higdalia. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Kezu. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High strengthen you all. May the Most High guide you all and have mercy upon you all. Aim Sukari, Iman Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Chief Shema, Shabbat Shalom. Shama, I gotta say it right. Shama, Chief Shama. There you go. All right. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. And what's that? Ben okay. Ben Akaj. Shabbat Shalom. Or is that Bane, a.k.a. J? I don't know what that is. Maybe you can come on and tell us. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, everybody in the audience that ain't saying nothing in the background. We got 1,100 people in the room. Shabbat Shalom. Benjamin. Okay. Now, we got a couple Benjamins. Benno Cage. Okay. I'm trying to make that make sense to me, but I guess you know what it means. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Benjamin. May the Most High be praised. Let's rock and roll. Y'all got like we ain't got nothing to talk about today. Everybody all quiet. Ain't no typing going on the sideline. Ain't nobody talking about. Oh, Enoch and Augusta. Shabbat Shalom, my brother. All right. What's up, y'all? Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. What's up? Talk to me. Talk black to me. All right. Y'all ain't got nothing y'all want to talk about? All right. I got some stuff I want to talk about before we get started. All right. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Oh, I forgot to start the Instagram. Hold on a second. Let me start the Instagram. Go live. All right. Instagram is moving. All right. Instagram is moving. Now I got to get the thing I want to show y'all. Since y'all don't know what y'all want to do, I'm going to show y'all what I want to do. Okay? Since nobody ain't want to talk, now when I start showing the stuff, waking y'all up, don't nobody complain. Prince, why you showing us this? You're going to know why. Because I tried to get you to talk. Nobody wouldn't talk. So now Prince got something he wants to expose to the world. Get ready, y'all. Here we go. All right. All right. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's do it. Can y'all see it still?
Yes.
Okay. Can y'all see it still?
Yep.
A peace plan for Gaza. For the plan to advance, Hamas must disarm. Instead,
Tonight, terrifying images emerging from Gaza.
In 30 seconds, I figured out how to ease my nerve pain. And you can do it from your home too. If you suffer from nerve pain, pay attention.
Undergoing training with several hundred Border Patrol agents. And you're going to see us redeploy to, it could be a New York, it could be a Chicago, it could be a Charlotte.
Okay, you heard it straight from Chief Bovino. There are several hundred Border Patrol agents who are preparing for a deployment. Now it could be to New York, it could be to Chicago, but I think it's safe to say it will be to Charlotte, North Carolina.
Sheriff Gary McFadden tells us that he has confirmed through 2 different federal agencies that Border Patrol agents are coming to Charlotte.
And who is Sheriff McFadden? Well, he's the sheriff for Charlotte, North Carolina. Now, here's something people are not realizing. Charlotte is beyond this 100-mile border enforcement zone, and that does change things. So we're going to talk about how that will impact the mission within Charlotte. So we have a lot to cover. Now, before we start the video, make sure to please like the video. It's the #1 way you guys are helping this channel, and it also helps others see the videos as well. And look, I make the videos, but I do need your help to get them out there. And I think people want to know what's going to happen in Charlotte or what we can expect, because this is a very unique mission.
I'm actually in West Virginia now, undergoing training with several hundred Border Patrol agents. And you're going to see us redeploy to, it could be a New York, it could be a Chicago, it could be a Charlotte.
Okay, so 2 things to point out. #1, Chief Bovino has left Chicago. Very soon. New York City, it could be Chicago, it could be Charlotte, North Carolina.
This is Joe Bruno from Channel 9. There are a lot of rumors right now about Border Patrol coming to Charlotte. I have some confirmed information. Sheriff Gary McFadden tells us that he has confirmed through 2 different federal agencies that Border Patrol agents are coming to Charlotte. They will be here as soon as Saturday, but they also may get here next week. Congressman Ralph Norman tells me that this operation that they'll be conducting is focused on known criminal targets. But he also says that the agents aren't going to turn a blind eye to anybody else they encounter.
Okay, I hope you caught that. Focusing on known criminal targets. Now, this right here is why the mission is going to be a lot different than what we saw over in Chicago. And here's a big reason why. This is where we get into the 100-mile border enforcement zone. Basically, the United States has determined that there is a 100-mile border zone in which Border Patrol can operate a certain way. Basically, they have a lot more leeway to do their job as far as setting up checkpoints, asking the questions they want to ask, probe to see if you are an illegal immigrant. They have a lot more leeway inside of this zone. In fact, you can even go straight to the Border Patrol website, and it talks about working inside of this 100-mile zone. Border Patrol agents, they can ask who you are. They can arrest you without a warrant. They can set up these checkpoints. They can do a lot more than people realize. And that's why we saw in Chicago how Border Patrol was able to just do these broad sweeps and conduct all of these arrests, conduct all of these operations, because Chicago is within this 100-mile zone. But Charlotte, North Carolina is not within this 100-mile zone. So how is Border Patrol going to do these broad sweeps? How are they going to set up checkpoints? Well, it's not like Border Patrol is going to be handcuffed and they can't do their job. No, they're just going to follow the standards already put in place. And like you already heard, it looks like these are going to be targeted operations.
All right. That's all I want to play of that for now. That's all I want to play of that for now. I need to let y'all know these people ain't playing with us. You see, this started with the Mexicans, the illegal immigrants. It started with all that. And black people's like, yeah, get them out, get them out, get out the country. I could get a job now. But a long time ago, it was told to you that that's just the taster or the teaser. They just use that to tease. They're really coming after you. It's really you that they're despising, that they hate, that they don't want to see go or grow. Black unity is what they fear. But the black man, in his mind right now, because of all the damage that was done to him mentally through slavery, he doesn't know how to unify. He doesn't know how to come together. He doesn't know how to begin to work together. There is a way that we can work together, family, to come up out of this mess. But we first have to trust the process. Returning back to the Most High, first of all, is priority number one for all of us and all of mankind. Returning back to righteousness before the Almighty. No matter what you call the Creator, no matter what religion you serve, no matter what you think you're into, serve it according to what your book teach that you're supposed to. Because I don't know any books that teach hatred against another people. So if they say to you that the Israelite way, what makes y'all think y'all got it all right? I'll say to them, whatever your book says, just do what your book says do. Just do what the teachings of your book teaches you to do, and let us do what the Creator has said for us to do in our book. And we'll be fine. Even if it means you get your little place over there and I got my little place over here and we never touch and bump heads together. Even that way, we still fine. The problem is too many of us, black people, people of color, Hebrew, especially Hebrew knowledgeable people, are not working together. Let me give you a small example about what I mean. On the average, we got about 2,000 people show up in this room every Shabbat day. On the average. How many of you people contribute to the positivity that you see coming from this page? And I'm not just talking about showing up. I'm talking about participating. I'm talking about coming out, sponsoring some of the children that might be a part of the program. Supporting and donating and helping and feeding or learning from the class and going out and feed some of the children on your block that are starving or hungry, or some of the families that are not eating properly. How many of you have learned these lessons in these classes and utilized them tools and took them out into the real world and began to make a difference in the life of somebody other than yourself? If you don't want to donate here or help out with the school, then do it wherever you see fit. Just start doing it. That's all I'm saying. Just start getting it done. Don't allow yourself to come here on the Shabbat day, learn or hear all these things, hear it, absorb it, and don't utilize it. Please don't let that be yourself. But I'm here to tell you that these people are not playing with you. Find yourself some land and go live in it. Get yourself some solar panels and live on your land. Grow some food. Get a greenhouse. Grow some food and live on your land. And if you can't afford any land, then give us a holler. And maybe, just maybe, you might be one of the ones that come and live with us. And if it's not us that you choose, then give somebody with some land a holler and give them a couple of dollars so you can pay rent wherever you're at or whatever you got to do. But we got to get out of these cities. We have to get out of these cities. These cities is killing, is preparing for us to die. You see what they just said? They're going to Charlotte, North Carolina. What do you think is in Charlotte, North Carolina? Cities. We got a lot of Israelites living in Charlotte, North Carolina. There's a lot of country out there, but they go into these cities to destroy our people. That's where it's going to start. It's already started. The first place they went that I heard of was Chicago. First place. I didn't know they went to Montana. You should watch that video. That video gives you a lot of information. They went to places like Montana, Dakota. They went to those places and shut up stuff, but you don't hear anything. And probably because they're majority European. But when they stepped into Chicago, all hell broke loose. And they came hard. They even got white people in Chicago in the streets marching to help with the black people, how they kick black people doors in. All your rights go out the window. You know why? Because you live in those cities. You live in those cities. And as long as you live in a city, you under a different guide law because you ain't got no primary bases, no private spaces. You don't have anything that they can't do when they're out in them cities. We got to flee from these cities, family. They're not helping us. They're not preparing anything for us. They're not protecting us. And the cities are going to be the first places to go when all this hell break loose. I don't want y'all to think that we just up here talking. No, we actually doing the work, putting the time in to make these things happen so we can be protected. We can't do it all by ourselves, and we ain't got everything done. We got a lot done, but we ain't got everything. We don't even have the majority of the things done. If it broke loose right now, we still a little stuck. But we're going to get there. We're going to get it all done so that when that hell comes, we'll be all right. So you need to start forward thinking, progressive thinking, and most of us are not. Most of us is only thinking about tomorrow. We're stuck on these deadbeat jobs with this deadbeat pay, and we're comfortable being nobody and nowhere and not getting anything done. We're comfortable with that. And we have to stop being comfortable with those things. We have to stop being comfortable with those things, getting the bare minimum. I was talking to a sister the other day, I think it was yesterday, and I told her, I don't know, and this might not apply to everybody, but it's going to apply right now to the people it applies to. I said, I don't know how somebody can live in one house for 30 years and not have other places to go if they have to. I don't know how a person can live and confine themselves in one house. I grew up in this house. Now it's my house, and I live in this house, and I've been here for 30 years, and I'm still broke. I ain't got no money. I don't know where to go. I don't. If something happens, I ain't got nowhere I can turn to. Nobody to go. It doesn't make sense to me. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. We have to begin to start thinking about our future, the future for our children, the future for our wives, and our future, because nobody else is going to do it for us. We're not focused on what's before us. They say the dollar's collapsing, and the dollars are collapsing. The dollar has lost its value almost 90% of what it was worth 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the dollar has lost its value almost 90% of what it was worth 30 years ago. What I'm talking about, we used to buy a soda for 50 cents, 75 cents. I'm talking about a 16 ounce bottle of Coke. Now, how much they cost now? $2.50,
Yeah.
$2.75. If you're in a movie theater, it's $5. So it ain't like it used to be. I watched some of those old movies and back in the 1930s, and they talking about buying mansions for $30,000, $50,000. Now you can't even get a small house for that. It's hard out here, family, but it's only going to get worse. So if the dollar is being devalued, what are you doing to prepare when the dollar has no value? You got any gold saved up? You got any silver saved up? You got any diamonds saved up? And diamonds ain't really worth anything because diamonds, their value come from whatever they give it. But gold and silver, platinum, these minerals that are naturally found in the earth, water. Do you have any of these things saved up? If hell breaks loose on the earth, do you have anything saved up where you can barter, like toilet paper, toothpaste, soap, toothbrushes? Do you have any of those things saved up? Because all these things are things that will be needed and people will pay you or barter with you in order to get some of these things. So you need to be starting. Even if you ain't got a whole lot of money, go to the dollar store and buy like 100 bars of soap once a month. And then you got 500 bars of soap saved up, 500 toothbrushes saved up. Believe me, people will barter that in the future years to come. They will barter that. And right now, your spiritual leader is telling you it's time to wake up. Stop thinking that it's all sweet out here. I was talking to a brother the other day. He got his own business. He runs his own business. I don't know if he wants anybody knowing his business, but I'm going to share this little bit of information with you. He told me that when the companies found out that he had government subsidized programs that was paying his business to moving forward in his company. And the moment they found out that he was a young black man doing this, they started getting difficult with him, trying to shut him down, causing wars to come up against him that wasn't there before. This is a reality, family. They hate you. They hate you. You got to be prepared. Now, his money's starting to slow down. It ain't funny. It ain't coming like it used to come when they thought he was just another one of them. If they found out he was Hebrew, that'd be even worse. But the whole thing is, his money about to start coming to an end soon, or he has to get it a different way. I applaud my young brothers who are out there getting it on their own. He ain't no slouch. He getting it, and he's been doing it for a long time. Very wise young individual, and I applaud him for that. Now he got to take it a step further and start preparing for his future today. And I'm not talking about the future of having your own business doing the same thing you was doing then. I'm talking about the future of your survival, the future of all of our survival. We can't keep being spread out in all these different places far away from each other, because when all hell breaks loose, they're shutting down the borders. They control the bridges, and you can't get from one place to another place unless you cross some type of water. And they shutting all that stuff down. So we're going to be stuck. So we got to start migrating now while we can, because when they start shutting them bridges down, I just got finished showing you what ICE was doing. What do you think is going to take place when they shut them bridges down? You're going to be stuck wherever you at. So you need to start migrating and making that change in your life now. And if you don't want to live in the country, I would suggest you go get yourself some land if you can afford it. If you can't, find somebody with some land and get a camper and leave it on their camper and just get them some rent money or something. Because when times get hard and everything fall apart and you're looking, everybody else who haven't prepared is going to be looking for a place to go. They ain't coming on it. We locking the gate, sitting the dogs out there. They ain't coming because we like this. When we told you to come, when we told you to get ready, before all the hell broke loose, what did you say? No, Prince, we still got time. It ain't ready yet. Well, it's time, family. Because when it really fall loose, ain't nobody going to be looking out for you. Only you. So therefore, you got to make the preparations now. Join a community. Be into that community. Send your money there to help the community to prosper. Help the schools to prosper. Most rich people, most wealthy people today are taking their children out of public schools and put them in private schools because Trump is closing the public schools. And not only he's closing them, but the public school system is not adequately supplying the needs or the learning needs of the children, especially in Black communities. Wake up, family. Get your children out these schools. Start preparing for your future. Start storing up your stocks, your gold, your bonds. You got gold chains, put them away. Because they can be melted down and that gold that's in it with all them other chemicals, but that gold that's in it can be utilized. It can be sold. It can be bartered. You got gold rings, put them away, put them up. Store that stuff. Silver, store that stuff. Silverware, that's silver, sterling silver, silverware, put all that stuff up. Start saving that stuff because we're going to need it again. And copper is even raising in price today. Copper, something we got sitting around everywhere. We used to plumb our houses with it. They don't do it no more for different reasons. That's another subject for a different day. Copper brings about healing. The water goes through the pipes and it sterilizes a lot of the bacteria in the pipes. They don't want that to happen, so they replace it with PVC. But that's another conversation for a different day. We ain't playing games, family. This is real life right now. I see all y'all on Instagram shaking y'all butts out, dancing, partying. Dudes who I thought were straight shaking like they females. This is a ball. Y'all having a party out here. This is all about fun to y'all. Reality is going to hit you real soon. And when it hits you, you ain't going to be out there acting a fool no more. You're going to be looking and begging on the streets for somebody to feed you, somebody to have pity on you, somebody to have mercy on you. And I don't want you to come to my door because I told you years before it happened. I've been talking this same talk for about 15, 20 years now, saying the same thing. Some of you are new. Some of you are old. You've been around with me for a long time and my talk has not changed. And nothing is happening. And you can feel it. We're getting closer and closer and closer. COVID was the first sign. COVID, well, it wasn't even the first sign, but it was the first sign nationally, all over the world, globally. Now, what have you learned from COVID? What changes did you make in your life since COVID? You ain't did nothing. You changed while COVID was on because the government made you change. As soon as COVID was over, you returned back to life as normal, doing nothing to prepare for your future. They gave you a glimpse of what they're about to do. Did you go out and buy some land? Did you go get a well dug? Did you go get some solar panels or generators? At least generators with fuel backup so you can run your things? You know you didn't, brothers and sisters. You know you haven't.
Nope.
But it's time. Get out of these cities. Get yourself something in the country. And like I said, if you can't afford it, then rent from somebody in the country. Do you know there's a lot of vacant land in the country nobody lives on with tore up houses, nobody paying the taxes? Go get yourself if they got squatter rights. If you move into these houses and you make a certain amount of repairs and nobody don't complain about you being there for a certain amount of years, that's your property. It become yours. And I got 5 acres right across the street from me that a man in Florida owns. I can't even contact him. Who wants to come and move on that land and fix up a house and live there? Because it can be done. Don't nobody come check on that land. Grass grew up real high. Listen, family, this ain't no joke. And the only reason why I'm telling you all this is because I care about you. My wife got some information that she want to share with you all about what's going on right now in the world today. They're showing us more and more of a need to come together, to build together, to work together. We opened up this platform today by saying, giving you the opportunity to thank the Most High for anything special. Like 5 people said something outside of us. 5 people, maybe 3 had something to say to the Creator in thanking him for where they're at in life and what they're doing and their protection and mercy and kindness. But we got 1,400 people in the room. What we doing, y'all? What we doing? I'm going to turn this over to my wife a little while. My suggestion would be that you take notes, write down some of the stuff that she's going to talk about, because after she's finished, then we're going to take some questions and answers. And maybe we could discuss these things a little bit further and see what we can get out of it. All right, Amy, you ready?
Sure.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
And beyond. Shabbat shalom, everybody. To the Most High for this day, for allowing us to be a vessel, a light, and share the information that some Israelites do feel like, hey, it doesn't affect us. However, the topics that I'm bringing out today definitely affects us, even when we think they don't. Shalom, sis. So the first thing I want to talk about was Trump's tariffs. And basically, what is a tariff before I begin, so that you can understand what a tariff is and kind of, start to visualize how this does affect you on a day-to-day. So, and then I have an article I'm gonna read. It says, what is a tariff? A tariff is a tax imposed by a government on imported goods, services designed to make them more expensive and less attractive to domestic consumers. Tariffs are hidden taxes making groceries, gas, and goods more expensive. And so I brought it up, one, because it immediately, the tariff that Trump has placed on certain countries, and Belize in particularly, I brought it up to speak about, because we have two of our families whose children attend our school that live in Belize right now. My immediate sister, my blood sister, and her husband and children are there for just 4 months. But during all this shutdown, it has affected them. And then we have another family of ours whose children attend our school, and their mother works directly with me at the school, who, of course, the tariff is affecting them. We have a silent auction coming up next week. And one of the assignments was a few of our students were chosen to participate in this silent auction. And one of our students lives in Belize. So we have a deadline for her to submit her artwork to us. Her mother went to mail it out from Belize the other day. But because of the tariff that Trump has placed on Belize, nothing can be mailed out of Belize. No packages, nothing. The only thing that is allowed to be mailed out of Belize right now are documents. That means written words. So because she even was like, oh, well, maybe if we draw it. And they said, no, it has to be a document, meaning like some type of a letter or something, but nothing. So if it's that small of a piece of artwork to be shipped out that they're blocking, do you understand what is causing for people out there, people who have trade in these countries, people who, when they send out, especially when it comes to produce, because countries like Belize, they have so much produce, coconuts, mangoes, it's bountiful with resources for us here. And I know that farmers are being affected by this tariff. And then when it said goods and produce, so you have people who sell things, on wherever they sell it on the streets or on the internet, wherever, it's being affected by these shipments. And when that happens, when these tariffs happens, then whatever the producer or the consumer, well, we're the consumer, but whatever the producer has, right, they have to up their prices, because they don't know when this tariff is going to end. They don't know when they're going to get new product. And so in order for them to survive on what they have, that means now they have to up their prices. And so it caught my attention mainly because of our student, because I didn't even know that a tariff existed on Belize from Trump. So I started doing the research, and I was like, wow. And so that tariff that he did we wouldn't think it affects us directly, but it does. So I brought that out to say, look at all the different things that you're involved with and see how the different decisions this government makes will affect your daily occupation, your daily movement. If you get gas, a lot of people don't understand why gas prices fluctuates. 1 week it's $4, the next week it's $2. It's because of whatever whatever is going on. And then sometimes we got to even look at when it's cheap. What type of gas are they giving us? So we really have to identify what's going on and how that even affects our cars. All these things affect us daily. I really don't like when I hear Israelites say, oh, well, we're a part of the, because of Deuteronomy 28, or some people like to say, oh, that doesn't affect us because we're chosen, but we're here, right? We're here, we're spread, we're across the four corners. We don't know who is who amongst us. We only know us because we identify with each other as who we are, but we don't know who is who amongst us, right? Truly, we don't. And so, I just wanted to bring that to the attention on the tariffs and how it affects us. And it's not just, it's all these countries, Africa, Venezuela, Central America, South America, all these different countries across the world are being affected by the government's decisions. And ultimately, we are being affected. I also wanted to talk about the government shutdown. I looked that up for you guys. Sorry, I'm just scrolling. Okay, so when I researched that, because everybody is like jumping up for joy that the government is back open, which, for some I am happy for, because some people truly, their only way to survive is dependent on this government, because it's been generations of their families dependent on it. They don't have people in their lives to educate them on how to get from under the government, how to do other things outside of that. One, they said this is the longest shutdown in U.S. history at 43 days. That doesn't even seem long, but to some, one day is too long, right? And so 43 days, I can imagine, for people who work for the government not getting paid, not knowing if they were going to ever get paid, working basically for free. It's modern day slavery in some ways. And then when you do get paid, you still have to pay taxes on that money, and your bills are still behind. You still have to catch up, late fees, all those things have still been taxed on to your daily responsibilities. And so, I look at all that does affect us. It affects, because you have those who call themselves Hebrew Israelites who work for the government. You have those of us who call ourselves these Hebrew Israelites who receive food stamps, who have WIC, who have all these things that are ran by the government. And I kind of wanted to just step away from that for a minute. If we actually look at the beginning of WIC was started by us. WIC was started by the Black Panther movement. The free breakfast program at the public school system was started by us. And the government didn't like that, because that empowered us, right? So what they did was, they, of course, did everything to demolish COINTELPRO, to demolish these Black Power movements. And then they incorporated these same systems that we started, which y'all know we are powerful people. We start so many things, and now they control these systems. And when we were doing it, it wasn't about control. It was about just feeding our people lovingly, righteously. Now they do it, and you have to apply for it. You have to answer all these questions. Most people have to lie, because if they told the truth, they wouldn't be able to get it. And then if they tell the truth, then they wouldn't be able to afford to live, comfortably. Their children would still starve. So the way this government, everything that they do, we have seen, and let me not say everything, majority of things that they do and have power and control over, they do it to the detriment of us. They don't do it for the saving of us. And so we have to be very mindful of those things too, in these systems. And the best thing for us to do is come together. But keeping in mind, when we come together, having a plan and being able to execute the plan and follow the plan. Those are the two things that fail us right now, because we have plans, but are we executing them? And then those who want to come, are they following the plans? Are they adhering to the rules? Those are the two major things that cause us failure in communities, in the Black community as a whole, not just the Hebrew Israelite community, but our people as a whole. And so, yes, so it's yes.
Before you go on, the government shutdown, it just ended. because they came to an agreement.
Yeah, I was about to read that. Yep.
But their agreement only lasts until January.
Yep. I was just about to read that. That's why I was getting into that. Yeah, I was just about to say how it only ended because it ended without health care extensions, right? The Democrats were fighting for it. So it says 8 moderate senators crossed the aisle and indicated Sunday night that they had struck a deal with Senate Republicans to reopen the government. And this is what they say they did it for. They said the reason they didn't hold out longer was because obvious President Trump and congressional Republicans weren't going to negotiate and too many people were suffering. So we can only take what they said is the reason why they did it. They said the Trump administration has gambled that enough Democrats would not be able to stomach the amount of pain the administration was willing to inflict on the 42 million recipients of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, that's SNAP or EBT, and more than 3 million federal workers. And so it says the bill was passed and signed by Trump, funds the government until January 30th. So literally, it's like they're dangling a carrot, okay? You know, people are jumping up for joy, but nobody's reading how long this is going to last, what's going to happen. So they're dangling a carrot in front of us saying, hey, I'm going to give y'all this a little bit. Like, you know, come past the gate. It's kind of like leading a sheep, you know, to its slaughter, right? And so it says these funds will be funded until the end of September 2026. So they're giving you deadlines. We're not paying attention to this. We have to pay attention, even though we don't know if it's going to extend or not. But the fact that they put a deadline, and we know our deadline has long been passed, this is why we're having these conversations. We have to prepare because their deadlines go way beyond. I mean, their deadlines are only what they tell us their deadlines are. Their deadlines could be worse than that. Their deadlines could really, it could shut down again before we know it. They're only telling us what they want us to know so that we could get back comfortable. We can stop complaining. Everybody with their SNAP can go out and spend that SNAP because all it is a recycle of money for them anyway, right? So they can go out and spend that SNAP, do the things they need to do to help this government continue to blindside them, to basically rip the rug right from under their feet, to make them again more unstable, because we think the government not shutting down has stabilized us. It does not. It just continues the unstableness that we consistently live and become comfortable with within our families, within our communities, within our towns and cities, you know. But as my husband said earlier, we have the power in our hands to build these programs within ourselves, within our communities, because if we have the food and the resources, then our people won't go hungry. So if they decide in January 30th to shut down again, we have to have the resources. So if you do have SNAP, this is the time, take those hundreds of dollars and stock up. And I'm not talking about stock up on meat that will spoil when the electricity goes off. I'm talking about stock up on water, stock up on grains, stock up on flours, stock up on beans, you know, all the things that will sustain you. And as much as we want to have vegetables, vegetables spoil. So stock up on seeds that can grow the vegetables. There's so many vegetables that can grow in your house, in your windowsills, in dark places. You can build raised beds in your houses. You know, we have to educate ourselves on these things. If you go to like a grocery store that has seeds, you can buy the seeds with your SNAP. I know at Kroger they have, you could buy fresh basil that's in a pot. It's still in a pot. In the produce area, it's basil, thyme, there's a couple other ones. You can buy it with your SNAP. So the objective is for us to use these funds that they temporarily are dangling in front of you. Use them for sustainability, my people. Use them for sustainability. We don't have it. Because when we hear about a storm coming, you know what we do? You know what we do? We go stock up on crab legs, shrimp, steak, chicken. And then we don't think about, but the power's about to go out, because when the storm happens, your internet might go out, your electricity is going to go out, and then all that food is spoiled. So we just wasted our money. We just wasted those resources. So we have to think sustainability wise. Of course, if you need to buy a little bit of meat here and there, do that. But honestly, there's farmers who now accept stamps. Go to the farmers and get theirs because you know that it's fresher, it's better for you versus going to these stores. I just know, yeah, like the sister says, distractions. All of it is distraction, but we don't pay attention to it. We just get caught up in a hoopla, and then we celebrating. So many people are celebrating right now. I had one sister, and I really loved what she posted because she said, okay, yeah, I work for the government. They just reopened, so I'm getting paid. And then she listed all the things that this process taught her, all the things that she now has to realign within herself and her family so that they can become sustainable and not be at risk of what just happened this last time in fear, not sure, just all these different emotions. So I just wanted to bring out those two specifically because I feel like those two have had an impact within our people, especially in these last 2 weeks. Of course, there's a lot going on, like it showed in Gaza. My husband showed the footage about them deploying in North Carolina. Like I ride on the highways from Atlanta here and back all the time, and I see the tanks and all the Army gear and everything, the weapons driving to, to these different places. And I'm always in question in my head, like, where are they going and what are they doing? Where are they going and what are they doing? And if we don't pay attention, we won't know where they're going and we won't know what they're doing because they're doing something. They're not just transporting this stuff just to move it around. They are setting up what they're deciding, who they're going to take down, how they're going to take it down. It's so many things. Like the sister put up, don't get a real ID. I will say I do have one. But I also know I've been in this system all my life because of the government and because of the choices my parents made. So, some of these things aren't a shock to me. They don't scare me, because I already know that I'm under surveillance. I've been under surveillance all my life. It's about being prepared. It's about knowing your surroundings, not just your immediate, not just, keeping your head on a swivel for yourself, but for the town around you, wherever you live. Because there's people right now in Charlotte, North Carolina, who are living there just happy as can be. They have no idea what's about to take place because they're not paying attention. It's so many things that we have to do. We have to prepare for, and honestly, we can't keep speaking about it. We just got to do it. And there are doers. There are a lot of people doing it. There are, but we have to be prepared because there are going to be some people who can't do it, who don't know how. And our job is just not to do it for them, but it's to bring them in and show them. Because if we have to go somewhere else to help other people, they got to show the people that's coming. We have to share this information, and we have to be willing to show each other, to teach each other. We cannot hold it within ourselves. Wherever you are, start to prepare. Start your small garden. A garden doesn't have to be big, but something that is sustainable. And one key that I learned from gardening is that once the fruit is ripe, the more you pick it, the more it grows back. The more it grows back. It multiplies for some reason. One year, I think I grew jalapenos, pepper, all type of stuff. I picked so much that it just grew. It kept growing back in abundance. I had to can stuff, ship stuff off. It was amazing to me because it was my first time ever gardening. My grandmother was a gardener, but I was just like, oh, that's simple stuff. It's not simple to do, but it's not hard to do either. It just takes time. It takes discipline, and it just takes the commitment to say, hey, I want to do this. I need to do this. And it's just really curing to your soul. It's a healing process. There's so many modalities to sustainability and gardening and just preparing. It heals a lot inside of us. And one thing it definitely heals for us when we're prepared and we know we're sustained, it heals the fear that the world is trying to place on our shoulders and in our minds and in our eyes. It helps us not to fear. And of course, having that ultimate prayer and connectedness with the Creator allows us not to fear. It allows us not to have that fear either, but some of us still do. So we have to find ways to, add to ourselves so we don't have it and be out here, running around with like a chicken with his head cut off because we're confused and afraid of what's happening around us. Sister Chicken brought those, Sister Shamaya, my bad, is putting a lot of things in here that is very, very important, a food dehydrator. And she said, get a food dehydrator and a good food dehydrator. We have to really invest. That's what I learned a lot this week too, investing. Because if you get cheap things, they're going to break. They're not going to be sustainable. And you're going to be trying to find something else. And then you've spent about 3 times what you could have done if you just invested in one great product. So be very mindful of everything we're getting. She said they have now solar generators, solar powered generators.
Propane too.
Propane, yeah. So we really have to look into all these things. We have to get our gas tanks up. I have a friend who was like, oh, I got 2 gas tanks. Do you want them? And I was like, no, I want you to keep them. I want you to put gas in it. And I want you to start sustaining because you don't know what's going to happen. I could have easily taken them, but we have a lot here. Not saying we have enough, but I was like, no, you keep those. You're a single woman at that. Keep those gas cans, fill them up, store them so you have them. We got to realize we can't give away the resources that we have, the tangible things that we have right here in our hands. Yep, Brother Benyam, the sun is the best food dehydration too. It really is, but some people want things faster, or need it. So, have multiple ways of doing what we need to do. I was gifted a dehydrator, and for months it just sat on my shelf. And then I decided to do a raw food fast with my family a couple of months ago, and I had all this fresh food, and I was like, oh no, I can't let this food go to waste. So I dehydrated it. Some of it was a little failure because I didn't understand the concept of that particular vegetable, but most of it lasted. Then we brought what do you call that? A freeze seal where I put I kind of like scorched certain vegetables and we put in these freeze packets. So I bought the actual machine to be able to do that. So now we have a freezer, where we have stock. Like all these things are helpful, and we have to start identifying the things we need to do to sustain ourselves. There's one more thing I want to talk about, I think. Just about the school, like education. That's a big thing right now, and it's affecting us daily, and it's affecting the world. With the government shutdowns, it affects our teachers, it affects grants, it affects all these things that are coming into the education system. And one thing that I was on a interview yesterday with one of my elders, and we were talking about charter schools versus public schools. And one thing she brought out was that charter schools are government funded, but they're still public schools. So basically they just get more funds, and they can have specialties that another, a public school doesn't, but they can still be shut down. If you're teaching something that they don't like, they'll shut it down. They'll shut your curriculum down. However, we have an independent school, so we're able to teach how we would like. We don't have government funding. And so without government funding, we have to have the funding of the people. We have to have the support of the people, because support doesn't always mean financial. Support means showing up, being there. And I brought up the education because our children, and I took this from her because it resonated so much in me. Our children are in danger in these public school systems. The public school system is like a prison. I thought about how when I was in school, you have teachers that don't like you. And you know what they do? Just like if you're at a hospital or in a prison, they write notes about you. And so when you graduate to the next class or grade level, those notes go along with you. So the next teacher that's coming along, who's not really there for teaching our children and educating our children, you know what they do? They read that note and they use that same tactic that the previous teacher did. They don't like you. So they don't care if you're learning. They don't care if you're loved, cared for. All these things we know exist in these systems. And we know we have some very loving, right? Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. We have some very loving teachers in these systems too. But we have to find a way to support them. If they can't get out of the system, we got to find a way to support them in the system, because we still need people in the system so that our children don't completely become lost. And like she said, it's a prison pipeline. It is. If you look at all these institutions, look at how they're built. The foods that they feed them are all the same. The food you get in public school, hospitals, and prison all come from the same resource, same manufacturer. It's all put together the same. The only thing is now you have some people really trying to say, no, we need these types of food in the school system for the brainwork of the children. But the other part is the children aren't eating the foods because it's not filled with sugar. It's not filled with, salt and all these other poisons that they have already accustomed the children to partaking in. So when you do bring in the healthy part, they reject it. So I said all that to say too, this is why we have to support independent schools. We have to rely on one another truly for the things that we need. And we can rely on one another. We have to commit ourselves to saying, you know what, we can't only just say, oh, I want to live in a community just so, we could be sustainable. But a community involves our people, educating our people. And education goes vast beyond just getting a degree, but education financially, politically. You have to know all these things to survive in this world. And we're here in this world, so we have to know the information. So, I just want to share those points with you guys today. That's my news for the day from around the U.S. and the world, and even within our own family and circle. Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim is truly doing our best. We are truly doing our best to educate our children, to keep them in this way. And it takes a lot of work. And I do, like I said earlier, give a thanks to my parents, because this week we had an opportunity to show up and show out for our youth, for our children, our students, and every parent did, some helping others to be involved. And it was a beautiful sight to see the parents come together, because an independent school also runs when the parents are involved. So, I just thank you all for this opportunity. Huh?
You got a digital version of the pamphlet?
I do, but not. I can show y'all here because I have to.
Me to say. Yeah, that's not what we say. If you show them the digital version, it'd be better.
Okay, let me find it real quick. It won't take long. But I just thank you all for giving me the opportunity to share. It's a lot that goes on every day, and we just have to share what's going on. I know there's a lot of comments, and I definitely want to read them. So one second. Okay, let me go back. Sorry, guys. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's see.
And while you're doing all this preparing, family, also remember, get some weapons. Bow and arrows, slingshots, knives, guns, bullets, arrows. Make sure you got all you need because time is rough. That's beautiful there.
So, y'all, this is our brochure. Of course, when it's folded, it looks completely different. So I'll try to show that when we're done. But this here is just information, a brochure that she's a parent and she's our administrator and content creator for our school. But she did this, well, we did it together, but she designed it. She's very, she's an added I'm sorry. She's
a blessing from the Most High.
Get it out. So yes, so you see the different things that we're actively with. These are just a few of our students. It talks about our school, who we are, what we are. And these are our students from all over. A program we did over the summer, the aviation program. If you see our little student here with the crazy hat, because we did Crazy Hat Day. Here is an outing. His parents took him on educational excursion to a reptile. We did a back to school event. You'll see my sister wife here. We were there together. This student over here, he's one of our high schoolers. He's also run track. And it just talks about our school. That's just the brochure there.
Oh, wow. That's wonderful. Y'all getting busy, man. Y'all getting busy. Didn't you say something about y'all just combined with other schools to formulate a unity process of homeschooling?
Yeah, we yeah, but I just want to show them the layout, like how it looks different once the pamphlet's put together.
Oh, that's nice.
And we were able to do this all in-house. I have a printer that we invested in.
Oh, wait a minute. You said you did it in-house. That means you had to spend almost no money.
Yeah.
Now, how much would that have to cost to print if you wanted to get it printed?
Probably about the amount of copies I was able to do. That I did so far, probably about in the 400s. And so
I got to save. The school got to save $400, huh?
Well, yeah, the printer was half that price, and so basically, I printed it and then I folded it. I took my time. After the sister did it, we edited it, we went over it. It takes us quite a few times to get it right, but Most High, through patience and perseverance, we got it right. And I actually just mailed out a whole bunch of packets to my educators and parents to give out. So giving thanks to the Most High for that.
What grades do your school start at?
Our school is from pre-K to 12th grade.
Well, what if I live in Florida? How will my children attend your school?
Our school is virtual, and all they have to do is go to our website, and I could put the website in later. But yeah, everything is on the website. You can enroll your students through the website, or you can request to speak with myself or my administrator, and then we'll set up a Zoom and we can have a conversation and go from there. So all praises.
That is amazing. That is amazing. Black excellence in progress.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you spoke about a collaboration. We are in a collaboration with 2 Black independent schools in Atlanta. One has been established for 20 years, the other one for 17 years. One goes from kindergarten to 8th grade, and the other one goes from 9th grade to 12th grade. And both of those schools derive from the Black Power movement. I've known both of the founders all my life. And so they started what you call Educate to Liberate 6 years ago. And they've both been doing it for about 5 years together. And then this year, GHATK, Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kepharim, has been invited and basically placed as one with this process, Educate to Liberate. And so I can post both of those websites in the comments, because it's a very empowering, honestly, a very empowering connection we just made. Because like I said about the education of our children, and education is liberating. You know, people get really afraid of words. And we're not talking about liberating, like going and breaking people out of things, but liberating your minds from the chains that have been accosted on them for so many years. You know, we're still being chained mentally beyond what we think. And through education is how they keep us chained. And so Educate to Liberate truly is just basically a collaboration of independent schools, Black schools who teach our children our history, who teach our children how to overcome fear, how to overcome poverty, how to overcome racism, how to be mentally prepared for the world, how to be financially prepared, how to be spiritually prepared. You know, we don't all agree on the same spiritual alignment. You know, we're a Hebrew school. Some of them are Christian based, some of them African Orthodox based. But what we do all believe in is that our children need to have the proper education. And so we don't look at those separations that people like to put on us. We're gathered together because we all our fundamental beliefs is that we are the people have the power to control our lives, right? We have the power to be self-determined. So Educate to Liberate is it's so much. I'm definitely gonna put the website in because I want to answer than what I said. However, the basis is about liberating our children through education so that they can go beyond what the public school system has educated them on and has told them that they have to be in order to survive here in this world, where we have seen so many people go on and get so many degrees and they still don't survive, you know. And we don't teach against degrees. We just teach on how to obtain them in different ways and gaining more information in the process. Yes, there's so much. And I saw so many comments, and I do want to kind of like address the comments and the questions.
Right. Before you address the comments, I got to go on
Yes.
the record and say my wife is not teaching. She's
Oh.
just expressing, sharing information that she researched. She's not teaching for all those women bashers that hate female teachers. She is not teaching. So, babe, can you please finish explaining the information of your history?
Yes. Yes, it's really empowering. And this week, the sisters and I and the elder who formed this Educate to Liberate, we've had 2 to 3 interviews. And we've had 2 to 3 interviews, and every interview has just been more enlightening to us. Our goal is really just to get the word out, to spread this knowledge. And in doing so, we have to come together. And so we came together, like I said, even in our differences, because we know that the future, well, the present, as one of my mothers who passed years ago would say, the children are the present, not just the future. The present is now. And in order for us to make sure we have a powerful future, we have to think about the now. We have to think about who's presently in our face, and that's our youth. So we have to educate them, and we have to liberate their minds. We have to liberate their spirit from all the things that have been confounded on them to keep them down, to not allow them to want to aspire to be better than what they see around them. And a lot of times, if children are smothered by poverty, discomfort, hunger, pain, trauma, all those things, that can determine who they come. It also affects how they learn, you know? So the other key is having centers, school buildings, schools that they can come to and feel an escape from their daily trauma, from their daily pain, you know, like just thinking about it, I'm feeling just chills, because can you imagine all the children that are in pain right now at home because of the poverty that they live in? Like, they're at home on the weekends, they're hungry. They're very hungry. because their parents can't afford food. But when they go to school, they have food. So like all those things are the reasons why we do this. All those things are the reason why we have a school. All of this is why we have to continue and do the work that our ancestors, have already started. Why we have to really consider the job that the Creator has given us and do our job, do our job. Sometimes, and I'm not gonna lie, I complain. I do to my husband sometimes, like, oh, it's so much. But then I sit back after complaining and he'll say some inspirational things to me. And I'll be like, yeah, yeah. And I'm hearing them and I'm hearing others. But I sit back and I consider that it's not even just a complaining because I don't want to do it. It's just a lot of times in my head, I'm like, how can I do all of this and be an impact, because I want to do everything. I really do. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, but how to do it and be an impact. We can't do everything and be an impact. And that's what that's the struggle. And I realize how to be an impact is meaning we have to connect. We have to do this collectively, I could have easily said, oh no, GHA is a Hebrew school. We not gonna work with y'all. Y'all Christian. Y'all believe in something else. Or y'all African Orthodox. Y'all believe in something else. But we decided that's not gonna separate us because we have to work collectively. We're all on the same mission. And so that speaks volumes in our own communities as Hebrew Israelites. We're all on the same mission. And we stuck because we focusing on the separation. We focusing on, oh, well, you believe in this way, you say shalom this way. And we can't even, and both ways mean peace. But we can't even be peaceful because we don't like the way you say it. So, it's so much. Yeah, go together. That's right. And so, it's so
What
much.
I like about it is that we don't mix doctrines.
Yeah.
We don't teach at our school. We don't teach at their school.
Right.
We just support the structure. They support the structure. We mingle together to make sure that we're successful as a community, as people of color.
Exactly.
Because we got so many things holding us away from that final goal.
Yeah.
And we can't do it by ourselves. And we've been reaching out to Israelites forever with very, very little support.
Yeah.
It's like Israelites don't want to do anything for themselves. I don't understand it. We got a whole school, and we got thousands of Israelite children that don't attend our school and don't even attend schools like ours. It don't make sense. Now, even if they ain't attending, support the school so that the school can grow, so that the school can prosper, so that the children can learn adequately what they need to be successful in the future. Hey, I don't know what else to say, but you just keep on sharing your information. Then we're going to move on to the next part.
Okay. And the last thing I did want to share is a lesson was taught to me this week. I reached out to a sister who, we periodically, and when I say periodically, every maybe twice a year might be like, hey, shalom, quick replies, or I'll like her Facebook stuff, or she'll like mine. But we met at a very pivotal time in her life and mine, right? And I didn't remember a lot of our interaction because there's just been so much going on. But I reached out to her because we need a Spanish teacher at our school. And I was like, yo, she'd be awesome, because of her background. She's Hispanic and she teaches her son, and then her
and she's a practicing Hebrew.
Right. And she's a practicing Hebrew. And so I reached out to the sister and she said something to me. She said, Medaya, she said, I would always come and help you because when I first met you, you were the only sister out of, I don't know how many sisters she was saying, but it was a group of y'all. She said, but you were the only sister that would come to my house and sit and talk to me. I was newly pregnant. You brought me food. She was like, I still remember your cornbread. And I just remember that you brought me flowers. You made me feel welcome. And she said, so I'm always talking about you and that first experience we had. And it reminded me of my grandmothers. Both of my grandmothers would always say, your first impression is a lasting impression on a person. And it reminded me like, wow, like I would have never even, because not because I didn't think it was important, but it's like we always helping each other. And so the fact that she said that and was like, of course I would love to join your school and be a part and help build what y'all have started. It just reminded me that, yeah, our first impression, we have to be mindful of how we treat each other. It's something I repeat at school all the time, being kind, respectful, listening, being honorable and humble with one another. And it warmed my heart and it humbled me once again, because she could have easily been like, sis, I have to decline because the way you treated me when I first met you, you was nasty. You didn't talk to me, but now you calling me for help. So it really, sorry that came out. I don't know if y'all heard that. That New York came out.
That's your New York voice.
It just happens sometimes. But yeah, like it really made me really like reflect inside, that we truly have to be mindful of how we treat each other, because we are going to need each other for help. And I could have easily been like shut down because of a way I treated her, and so it also made me, remember that that's how we have to be, whether we know each other fully or not. The Most High says it's a commandment,
Are you teaching? You ain't teaching, are you? She's not teaching nobody. Keep in mind, family, she's not teaching. She's just sharing her experiences in life.
So yes, so that's all I wanted to yeah, I just wanted to bring that. I mean, I've had quite a few experiences this week with different sisterhoods and sisters I reconnected with over the week. However, that stood out to me, and it just reminded me we're going to need each other's help, and in order to be able to help one another with purity of heart, that means we got to love each other, we got to be there for each other, and not wanting anything outside of it, because I didn't even consider any of that when I called the sister. I considered her strengths and what it would be for the children. I didn't consider, oh, I did this for her. I didn't even think about it. And when she brought it up, it just humbled me even more. So thank you, Toda Abba, for allowing us to have this portion of the day to share news, to share information, and to not promote women teaching. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so Zehu, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. May the Most High be praised.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbi.
Comments? I apologize.
So what I said was we was going to take questions and comments at this time. So if there's any questions, please ask your question. If there are any comments, please state your comment.
I'd like to say something. I think that I'm not sure when we started adding this little segment to the Shabbat classes, but I really enjoy it. I enjoy hearing basically like updated news about what's going on in our world and connecting it to our class, connecting it to the lesson and how it connects to us directly. One thing that I did learn today about the tariffs is that I really didn't understand how much tariffs affected, I guess, each country. I definitely knew that it was like an upgrade in taxes, or maybe not taxes specifically, but yeah, taxing certain goods. But one thing I didn't realize was that the tariffs, if I guess depending on how much that tariff is, right, as my sister wife was explaining with Belize, not only, I guess maybe that country who's being taxed a certain amount for a certain good can't afford or doesn't have the resources now to send that certain good out. So it's almost like, yeah, you're putting a tax and a tariff on another country, but you're simultaneously and indirectly also controlling what they can send out, in the same breath. And I just think it's so interesting how this country, this president that we have now, has such a disdain for other countries and such a disdain for human life that the tax, the tariff, whatever we're calling it for that certain goods, multiple goods, is such a hindrance on other countries that they just don't even care about that. And I just think it's crazy how you can simultaneously and indirectly control a whole different country, all because of the money that you decided to tax on them. I think that's one of the main, I would say, main issues of this whole tariffs thing. It's like, okay, I've never studied world government on a grand scale or anything, never took classes in college, so I do understand that there are basic taxes that need to be met. Like, that's how, even before money was a thing, we used to do it by trade. Like, I get it, but when we start getting greedy with things, as this president has done multiple times, then what does that country have to do? What are they left to do with? Either not do the tariff or fight back in so many ways. It's really crazy how one country is trying to control every single thing. And I'm sure it's not just America, and I'm sure it's other countries taxing and putting tariffs on other countries in their area, right? Like I said, I know that there are certain agreements and certain basic things. In order for me to trade with you, I want this amount of money, right? Like that's just basic trading. But when we start getting greedy, that's how we get to world wars. That's how we get to lives lost. That's how we get to governments overturned. There was just I really don't know which country it was, but just a few weeks ago, there was a country that overturned its government. If someone has the information on that, please put it in the chat. But I saw that and I said, oh, wow, we are really, this world is really in a bad place. It's not just America. It is other countries that have the same greediness, ideologies, the same control. It's just the world government, the elites trying to shove us into a certain way of being. And, it's saying we have to do something before it's just really too late. And even when it is too late, we still must do something. But that's all I wanted to say. I really enjoy these little like history, current events, updated things in our class. I think it's really relevant and important to talk about.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right.
So I'll start with the comments. But yeah, Toda Rabbah, sister wife. Yeah, Abba asked me to do it. Probably this is our second week. And I do find it interesting and just really elevating. Like, I've learned some things too, just reading it. And it was really coincidental that our student was trying to mail her mom was trying to mail her artwork to us so we could put it in the art show next week. And then found out because of the tariff, she couldn't. But another way, we are actively finding a way to get it here is if somebody's flying from Belize, they can bring it. So that's a good thing. But we haven't, we've had a couple of people reach out to her, but the distance from where she is to Belize, it looks small to some people, but it's really big. And so it's hours to drive to different cities at times. And so I guess nobody keep trying to get in here. But so it's so those are some challenges. But yeah, and Creator willing, we'll have her artwork. If we're gonna have it there regardless, we'll have a print of it at least, and we'll get it here though to whoever wins it. But yeah, those it was coincidental that happened, and I was like, oh, we're definitely gonna speak about that because that shows how it has affected us, not just us as a people, but personally, and it's a teaching moment for our school, for our students too, because they were like, what, so we're able to teach them things that they wouldn't necessarily normally be taught in the public school system, or even in our schools, if we don't have the experiences of doing these things. So, all praises to the Creator for that. As y'all can see, don't forget to like, share, comment, and hit the notification bell and subscribe. But yes, so the comments, yes, my sister wife said the fact that a whole other country can put tariffs on another and simultaneously control what can come out of it is crazy. It is, but as you said, even in your explanation, it's understandable. It's the greed, as you put here, that I think becomes the evil part of it, that becomes the unrighteousness in it. It's the greed of the countries that, quote unquote, have more money or more power, and what they do to what they consider to be impoverished or less countries. And Sukari says, so many products from Belize are sold here in the States. So many. So true. So true. James Sukari, who you all know and some of you don't, is a veteran of the Black Panther Party. So what she speaks of, she knows directly because of these are things that she helped to do and implement during her during their activeness in the 60s and 70s. But she said children went to school hungry and paid little attention in class. The breakfast for children changed that. Absolutely. Absolutely. One thing we do at our school is we open up at 8:20, but I give 30 minutes and children could eat before that time. But from 8:20 to 8:50, they're allowed to eat their breakfast together. They may not be sitting next to each other, but they're eating their breakfast together because it's so important for them to have that connectivity and to have a very well, breakfast, or, people say break fast, but so that their minds can be ready and adequate for learning. Brother Benyam says all past movement has failed because Yahweh was not the foundation of their movements and organizations. I will say that there's an element of truth to that, because every organization don't know about the Creator. But my mother had said, when she was here on this earth, that one of the main reasons she believes that the movement did not prosper the way because of lack of spirituality. And I definitely know, because we are, Most High's chosen, that the Most High has to be within anything that we do. So, Toda Rabbah. Brother Benyama also says, people fail to realize or accept that anything given can also be taken away. We have not obtained anything through true struggle. So true. So true. So mindful of that. What's given can definitely be taken away. That's why we have to earn and build and do for ourselves. My sister wife says, dangling the carrot in our with us to not look around you and see what's happening. Exactly. The distractions. Yes. Sister Shemai says, also, we got to remember this is a huge stage and a play is being worked out. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we know Trump, he's a billionaire. He's not worried about what affects the people, the low people, as he calls them. He has what he needs. Yep, we have to learn how to shop properly. Absolutely. The government has been stealing from us in our states. That's true. It is true. And yep, we have the power. We, the people. Absolutely. Brother Benjamin says, I'm sorry, you want to say something, Albert?
No.
Okay. Brother Benjamin says, we must also accept that being Black or calling ourselves Hebrew cannot be the basis of unity. We will be gathering ourselves with the people whom Yahweh has marked for destruction. Very, very great point, Brother Benjamin. Very great. And we talk about that a lot too. Like, we have to be discreet. We have to.
Before you take him down, that Brother Benjamin has been a very instrumental brother. He's teaching from the background. You know that?
Yeah.
And I thank you, Brother Benjamin, for your help and support. He's actually in the background stimulating mental development and mental growth in the minds of the people. That's what I'm talking about. That's help. That's support. That's what I'm talking about. Keep up the good work, bro.
Absolutely. Binyama also says the sun is the best food dehydration tool. He said gas is not sustainable, nor is anything that runs off of electric. We must rely on the Most High.
Are we done?
Nope. It's quite a few. Aim Sukari says there are also ways to use your ovens to dehydrate. It's a method online how to utilize it. Okay. Definitely going to talk about that. Yes, freeze dry. Brother Benjamin also says the earth produces water each day in various forms. People live thousands of years and even today generating all life-sustaining things without the enemy's gadgets.
And Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Asa. Brother Asa said it was Nepal's government that fell apart. That the people went up against the government. Nepal.
Nepal. Okay.
Nepal. How do you say Nepal? Whatever it is. Thank you very much, Brother Asa. Shabbat Shalom to you.
And Keter says we rely on the sun for life, but they trying to block it too. So need to utilize multiple ways to preserve and grow. Absolutely, Aim. Absolutely. Autumn says, I didn't know charter schools were basically public schools with more funding. Yep. They're controlled by the government. And Keter says, Kane, valuable information, must make sure that children study all they see.
Well, they're trying to block the sun. You ever heard of what they call chemtrails?
Mm-hmm.
Chemtrails are chemicals that the airplanes leaves in the sky. Part of it falls to the ground. The rest of it absorbs into the atmosphere. And what they're trying to do is cause those things to mix with the atmosphere, which will eventually stop the sun's penetration, ultraviolet rays and lights from penetrating through to the earth. And how can I say, maturing, developing, and growing and stimulating the growth of things within the earth. That's what they're trying to do by blocking out the sun. They're trying. So may the Most High fight that battle for us. But you know what? A part of the reason why they're doing it is because the sun affects them in a negative way.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You think about the family, the sun promotes life. The sun promotes health. If you don't get sunlight, vitamin D will be missing from you. You start peeling, getting sores, canker sores. You start dying from different types of sicknesses because you're not getting the proper amount of sunlight. With them, it's different. Their body repels the sun. Ours absorb it. Theirs repel the sun and fight against it. It takes their body so much energy to fight off the sun, they get what they call sun cancer. And it messes their body up. But with us, we absorb it. All natural living creatures on the earth absorb sunlight. We use that absorption of sunlight to nourish our system. They don't. Their body repels sunlight.
Okay. Yeah. Brother Benjamin also says, I personally believe we should explore places outside of this place. Get a passport and go exploring the network. Absolutely. You know, we have land definitely in other places and networks in other places. So you have to have that because, and a passport is vital because they are doing almost anything to make sure you're going to be stuck in this place. You know, it was one at a point, there were no passports required for traveling to the extent that we do now. But passports now are a way to control you. And of course, it's a money thing. All of it has to do with money, but it's definitely a way to control how far you can leave. You know, once again, it's that chain, you know, that's holding us back. And it is, and they're making it hard because if you don't have a social security number, if you don't have the quote unquote proper documents, then, you know, they refusing to give it, but you got to fight. You got to keep fighting for it, push through. There's always a way to attain something that you need. Sister Shemai says, Princess, thank you. This was fire. We're on the same page.
All right, man, we went up enough. Come on, that's it. This is the last one. We can move on because went up the whole page.
Oh, it's like a whole lot. Okay. He said, the closer we go to the Most High, the safer we will be from destruction. All praise.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Zorak. Let's get on with our day. Wow. Gosh, it was so much information. You know, you really got to look into the things that has been shared with you today. You really got to look into these things because the stability of your future is dependent upon it. How you move in your future is all based on the lessons that you learned here today in class, that I've been teaching all the lessons, but my wife been sharing information. So, you know, you got to pay attention to what's going on, what's being said. If you don't believe what we've said, go research it for yourself. Once you find out the things that we've said are true and that destruction is imminent if you're not prepared, proper preparation prevents failure. You have to be prepared. That's right. Women don't teach. Yeah. And you will need your passport. I just had a conversation with somebody the other day, and I'm trying to remember who it was. I believe it was a sister I was speaking to. I'm not sure. But that person told me that the next level of what we're doing is going to have to be international. We're going to have to make allegiances or alliances internationally to be able to bring the type of support and work with people that are really needed in today's movement. The person said, Prince, what you're doing here locally within the United States is going to have to be taken abroad internationally. And you're going to have people internationally that you can combine with to work with that's doing the same similar things that you're doing here over there. That will bring about great strength and great harmony and great unity. Very intelligent person. I'm trying to remember who it was I was speaking with. I believe it was my sister Carol. I want to say it was her, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure of who it was. But Shabbat Shalom, Sister Carol. May the Most High be with you. She's probably listening in today. If not, she'll be listening in later on. All right, so let's move on, family. Let's move on. Did anyone else have anything they wanted to thank the Most High for before we get past that? Were there any questions or comments about anything you heard thus far today? Were there any questions or comments about anything you heard thus far today? Anyone? Proper preparation. And also remember that time is your true teller of all things. Time will expose you to so many things. Time is the true teller of all things. Give it enough time and it will reveal itself. All right. All right. So there are no other questions being posed. There are no comments being posed. Let's go to the commandments, please. I did see, okay, wait a minute. Chicken brothel. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Shemaiah. Hey, Sister Shemaiah, one thing that you got to remember is when you let the Most High's word come out of your mouth, you put emphasis on it. When you type in the words Most High's name or giving him praise, you put emphasis on it. It should say Todah, capital M, capital H, Most High, or all capital letters for Most High, and then back down a lowercase for everything else that you want to say. But definitely, when you mention the Most High, you want to put special emphasis on the Most High's name. Ima, you want to read that? Thank you, sis.
Yes, she said, Todah Most High for allowing us to speak and share and start the preparations amongst ourselves.
May the Most High be praised. Todah Rabbah. Todah Rabbah. All right, so there are no questions, I'm assuming. There's no comments. Somebody keeps trying to log into the room with the name Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
And they want us to add them to the stage, but I ain't letting nobody in.
Right, exactly. Nobody gets to speak.
I mean, I don't know how you got the link unless we sent it to you. So therefore, put your name on there where it says nobody. Put your name, and then we'll know who you are. And it says your device is not connected. So you got to get your device connected before we can let you in, Mr. Nobody. I ain't letting nobody in. We don't know who you are. You ain't getting in here. May the Most High be praised. Sister Shemaiah, you've always been around for so long, helping and sharing and being so useful. Your whole household is just so helpful and useful. Your sister Ornette and Ima, Yahudith, y'all the bomb, y'all the truth. And we're grateful to have y'all consistently and persistently here with us. May the Most High be praised. And give my brother or my little young man, Koresh, a big high five for me, please. May the Most High be praised. All right. Torah reading. This is Sister Laurel's commandment for the day.
Mm-hmm. All right. Her and Kenya, or Zaquina Kenya, her law can be found in the book of Genesis. Yeah, that's Genesis. I'm sorry. Genesis chapter 23, Bereshit, verse 1, and then 15 through 20. So, verse 1. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. 15, verse 15 reads, May my Creator hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and thee? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened unto Ephraim. And Abraham weighed to Ephraim the silver which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephraim, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders around about, were made sure unto Abraham for possession in the presence of the children of Heth, or Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. And Zaquina Kenya's explanation is, Abraham didn't pay a bride price, but he paid 400 shekels of silver for a burial plot. He made sure he owned the land. Hallelujah.
May the Most High be praised. Now, Abraham didn't pay a bride price for his wife, but he did pay a bride price for his son's wife. But it doesn't say he paid a bride price for his wife. It doesn't even say when he married her. So we don't know if he did or he didn't. But it doesn't say when he married her. She just pops up on the scene and is Abram's wife. That's it.
Okay.
But very good analogy, Sister Laurel. Very good analogy. And I like how can you put that back up for a minute, please, Sister Laurel? And this point I want to bring out in her comment. At the end of all this, she says, but he paid 400 shekels of silver for a burial plot. Abram made sure that his wife was provided for after she left this earth. He gave her a place to rest her head. Do you know how many people call themselves men, and when their wife passed away, they got to put up a GoFundMe? Or they got to call another sister or someone else to try to go around, see if they could scrape up a couple dollars. That's not how men operate. Men don't operate like that. Even if a man didn't have the finances, he would rely on somebody that was in his brotherhood that he can call, and you would never know that he didn't have it. Because men are pride. They have pride on being a man. They don't want to be out letting the world know that they don't have at this particular time. My wives could never tell y'all, anybody, how much we got, what we working with, what would happen if. They don't know the answers to those things because it's none of their business. It's the man's business to have things in order, and the wife's business to know how to get to whatever she need to get to if something happens to him. But it's his job to have things in place. It's his job to have things in place. And if he doesn't have things in place, then he's not doing his job. He's not doing his job. You know, so that's one thing. Abraham, our father Abraham, he provided and showed males a part of the step to being a man. He provided a burial place for his wife. Not only that, he made sure that he owned the land. He owned it. He didn't want them. He didn't want them to ever be able to reclaim that territory and say, "This is ours. We just let you use it." No, he paid for it, and I promise you, he got paperwork to show it, because that's how he moved. All right, can I explain this for a minute? Okay, let me address this for a minute. She says, "I'm confused what women don't teach. We are the first teachers. We teach our youth while they are in the womb." All right, Sister Nina, let me explain this to you. At Beulah at Temple Kepharim, we don't have no problem with our sisters teaching. None. We know what you're saying is a fact. But there are a lot of people who will come on this page and say, "Ain't no sister got no business teaching." So that's why I keep saying that as a sarcasm to tease those people. Not that I really feel that. I don't believe that. Anybody can teach you something. Anybody. So we do allow our women to teach. We do believe that women can teach. We don't have a problem with that. But there are people in the background in the dark, be lurking, looking for things to talk about. And every once in a while, they'll jump on the screen and say, "Ain't no woman got no business teaching us." So therefore, every once in a while, when all this powerful information is being exchanged with us, Prince should come out and say a little joke for those who are familiar with those type of people who jump on the screen and say, ain't no woman got no business teaching." So it's just a joke. It's just a joke, sis. We don't have no problem with our women teaching. None. All right. May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised.
Hold up. One more thing. My brother Benjamin says, "I don't believe women can teach a man. I know that they can teach and do." He's right. But let me tell you something, brother Benjamin. A woman ain't got no business teaching a man. If he's a man, it'll be even exchange. They can help each other out, you know. But if he's a man, he's gonna be doing majority, 99% of the leading. And in the process of leading, he has to be teaching. Now, there will be some things that she will be accountable for, that will be her job, that he's not aware of. She has to enlighten him. Therefore, she will be teaching. But with a male, a woman will get tired of a male. You know what I mean? Because males are not able to hold up their part. A man can hold his part up and they cool, they rocking and rolling. But a woman will outflank a male. Because a male, he looking around trying to figure her out, and she done made investments. She done went and brought property. She went and raised a household. She went and got a college degree. All along, he's standing on the corner drinking 40s with his friend, smutting little young girls up and down the street, bringing her home STDs. That's a male. Sound familiar, any of y'all? that's a male. But a man, while she's getting degrees, while she's buying property, while she's running the household, the man will be in the background providing everything she needs so that she can keep moving, because he recognizes where she's strong and he's going to reinforce her strength to help her to get where she needs to go. There's a big difference, bro, and I just wanted to make that known. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, he got somebody he want to shout out. Ima, you want to read that?
It said, please allow me to shout out a sister named Vanna Israel from Cincinnati, Ohio. She taught me I was following a false doctrine. Yehovah used her to guide me out of the Greek Testament.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Who is this? My Isha teaches me all the time. Okay, bro. May the Most High be praised.
That's my lot.
Yeah, I know who it is. Those be the men that ignore Judah. No, those are not men. They are males. Only males ignore great things coming from women. Only males, not men. I don't believe women can teach me. All right, we got that. All right, Ima, go ahead, do your thing.
Okay. Yeah, Sister Nina, don't. We had somebody come on here and basically say some comments because I was sharing thought. And yeah, so, and left. So, you know.
Yeah, with attitude.
Yeah.
That's
okay. Aim Sukari law, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Aim Sukari's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 14, verse 1. And it reads, ye are the children of the Most High, your power. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. And so she says, you should not cut yourself or shall not cut yourself or shave your head to show sadness. We are the children of the Most High, do not shave or cut heads for sadness.
May the Most High be praised. But we're not supposed to shave our heads anyway. We're not supposed to shave off our beards anyway. An Israelite man should always have hair on his face and always have hair on his head. If the hair on his head balls naturally, then it balls naturally. Then he do whatever he got to do because it's bald and natural. But you're not supposed to shave your head, your face, or any of those items on your own. There's a lot of speculation out there about private pubic hairs. Rather, you can shave pubic hairs. But we at Temple Kifarim, we leave that up to the individual. Let's move on, please.
Yes. Aim Keter's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 18 through 19. And it reads, but thou shalt remember the Most High, thy power, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he sware unto thy father, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Most High thy power, and walk after other deities, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day, that ye shall surely perish. And her explanation is, the Creator, the Most High, fulfills his promises to our forefathers. So if we are in a position of wealth and influence, we should always keep in mind that we did not attain it by our own merits. All glory is his.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. All glory, all honor, all praise go to that King from everlasting to everlasting.
All right, I'll go ahead and read mine since I'm here. My law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, also chapter 30, verse 6. Devarim, chapter 30, verse 6. And it reads, and the Most High thy power will circumcise thine heart, and the heart of thy seed, to love the Creator thy power with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And my understanding of that verse is basically saying that the Most High will remove, he will cut out the things in you, his chosen, not just in you, but in your seed, because he has chosen you. And it says, and with that, for us to love the Most High with all thine heart, with all thy soul, that we may live. So he's also telling us to choose life by loving him with all thy soul and with all thy heart. We're choosing life because he said, I will circumcise thine heart. And circumcise, it's not just I know when we think about circumcision or circumcise, the word, we're thinking about cutting off of the flesh of the baby's foreskin, or a male, a man, male's foreskin at birth, or some men do it when they come into this way of life. But he's saying circumcise, and it could be flesh or remnants of trauma and things that keep you from loving the Creator. He will circumcise your heart, so he will cleanse your heart, remove certain things from your heart so that you can love him with all your heart and all your soul. And when you do that, he said, thou mayest live. So let's choose life and let's love the Creator with all our heart and soul. Say who?
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Beautiful commandment. Let's love the Most High with all our heart, might, and soul. Toda Rabbah. All right. So, are there any other questions or comments? Are there any more commandments that we need to read? Ishi, do you have your commandment?
I'm going to type it.
The duty of being a mother. See, he don't cry like that when he with his father. He only cry like that when he with his mother.
Yes, he does.
No, he don't.
Oh, gosh.
Better. I'll jack him up. Children, especially male children, they always take advantage of their mother.
That's true. They do.
Bad. It's like they innately know, he's not going to let me get over.
Yeah, she going to do this, she going to do that.
Yeah.
He said something when he was here. He was like, oh, he know to only do that to you and
yep.
his
That's it. That's it. He know, because his pop don't play that. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? We're going to move forward now.
He said, that's great. All right. Allah's law can be found in the book of Leviticus. Give me 1 second, everybody. I'm going to Leviticus Wayikra.
I call that the love chapter. The love chapter. Wayikra chapter 19, the love chapter.
All right. And it reads, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Creator, the Most High. We'll wait for her announcement. Ornette says, cry, Resh. She said, I wanted to share a commandment that had to do with brotherly love, given the conversation we were having earlier. Collaborating with other schools, not letting those differences get in between us.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. She designed her commandment. She went out and searched a commandment that fit the design that she had in her mind. That's some strength right there. That's what I'm talking about. Most people just flip through the book wherever they find a commandment, they speak on it and then elaborate a little bit. No, she had an ideal. She went in the book to look for the commandment that she had in mind to fit her ideal. That's a good thing, powerful thing. All right, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not commit adultery. Those are my commandments for the day.
Okay.
All right. If two men are to fight, I had to paraphrase, and the wife of one of those men put forth her hand and take the other man by the private parts, she shall have her hand cut off. Her hand should be removed from her. Thus saith the Most High. Don't never touch a man's jewels because your man getting beat up.
Mm-hmm.
What you're doing actually is you're putting the life of his future children at risk by you grabbing them. And sometimes when you grab a man's testicles and you're in a fit of rage, you squeeze him a lot harder than you think. You're hurting that man a lot harder than you think you are. And for a female, you would never know what that feels like. I don't care how butch you are.
Right.
You will never know how it feels to have your testicles crushed. Can't imagine. So as being a man, I can see why the Most High has that law in place, because it is an unfair fight then. From that moment on, it's an unfair fight.
Mm.
And the Creator is about just balances, just balanced weights and measures. He wants you to have a balanced fight. If your man is losing, then he's losing. You get beat up. But you put your hand forward and grab that man by his private parts, you get your hand cut off, because you could be committing murder and don't even realize it. Because if you crush those testicles of that man and he can't produce no children no more, people do know that that's how you produce children, right? Through your testicles. That's where the semen comes from, the testicle.
And wouldn't it also be considered like, outside of that, just kind of like you're touching, I always think about like a nakedness of the man or something, like exposing him, because it's his private part. And then you're a married woman and you're touching another man's.
Mm-hmm.
Think about other things. I think about all kind of things that comes to my mind when I think about that.
Yeah, so that's part of that commandment. So are there any questions or comments, family? No other questions? No other comments? All right, let me organize my platform so that we can get ready with our lesson for today. I did have some other things that I wanted to read, but I can't.
Did you see Brother Bayama? He said also doesn't say anything about kicking him in the stones.
Say what?
He said it doesn't say, also does not say anything about kicking him in the stones.
Yeah, I read that part.
Oh. I didn't read, my bad.
All righty. We're on 2 Kings chapter 15.
A question.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, and a question. And Keter says, do men aim for private parts whenever they are in fights or conflict?
No, they don't. Naturally, they don't. But if you ever fight with a homosexual, he might.
Oh, gosh.
Because it's like you're the only time a man would aim for the private parts of another man is if his life is at stake. If this person beating him up that bad and he could be losing his life, it's one thing to get beat up. You don't normally do that. But if your life is at stake, then you will.
Ooh, these questions.
Yes, you would. And I'll be the first one. I'll be the first one on the platform to say, cut our hands off. Listen, let me tell you something, baby girl. Let me talk to you like you're not my wife for a minute, so people don't get offended when I say what I'm going to say. No woman should ever get involved in her husband's fight.
Mm-hmm.
If your husband get beat up, let him get beat up. It's a lesson for him to learn. If your husband is beating somebody up, let him beat him up. You stay out the way. It is the husband's job to protect you. He can't protect you if you right out in the mix trying to fight with him to beat up the guy. Stay out the way. Don't throw nothing. Go sit in the car. Matter of fact, go sit in the car and wait till I come to the car. And if I don't ever come to the car, just go home and tell the kids that daddy love them. Because daddy did. Because he got killed. But that way you're protected and you're safe. That's the man's primary goal, to protect his woman. All right?
It's a hard,
No,
hard,
don't even help if I'm dying. If I'm dying, call the ambulance. But don't try to fight that man. Don't do nothing like that. Now, if it's
what if I have a guy?
That's what I was going to say. If it's a life or death situation and you got a weapon on you, then use your weapon. But other than that, don't get involved. All right?
Physically too, because men are stronger anyway.
Yeah, don't get involved. And a lot of women think they're stronger than men. A lot of people think they're stronger than men. They could beat men up. I don't know why they feel that way, but they do.
I think that, you can answer that. I'm sorry.
What did you just say?
Autumn had this question. I was going to say something. I was like, you can answer it.
Ra, Shabbat Shalom, Brother Ra. Peace and blessings. All right, let's move forward. Oh, you said she had a question?
It says, what's the difference between a weapon and a rock? And I was going to.
What is the difference between a weapon and a rock? You hit him with a rock, he coming at you. You hit him with the gun, the bullets, he ain't coming. As long as you hit him right.
But I think the significance is what you were saying of in the growing area. And that's really the point.
I don't care where you hit him at. If my life, if your man's life is at jeopardy and your man is about to die, right?
Oh,
yeah. And he was protecting your honor. You do whatever you got to do to preserve his life. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Down.
But if you ain't got no gun, then you get in that car and use yourself. And call the ambulance to come get him. That's what you do. And make sure you get a good description of the guy who beat him up and took his life. So that way you can give it to his brother. So his brother, if he was in the right, his brother can go and help him out.
Take pictures, video it.
Yeah. Brother Asa, what did it say?
Process. Genesis is his law. I'm going to read it. 24:4. All right. Brother Asa's law can be found in the book of Genesis. Bereshit, chapter 24, verse 4. And it reads, but thou shalt go unto my country and to my kindred and take a wife unto my son Isaac or Yitzchak. A man must protect his seed, both of them. That's his explanation.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. What's the difference between a weapon and a rock? That's like, don't bring a stick to a knife fight. And don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Because the chances are you're going to lose. That's like what a rock would do. He says, a man must protect his seed, both of them. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. All right. Any other comments or questions? Any other commandments? Does anyone else have a commandment they want to post? Does anyone have any questions they want to ask before we get into today's lesson? Does anyone have any questions or comments before we get into today's lessons? All right, here we go. I try to give you the opportunity to say what you want to say. So here we go. May the Most High be praised. All right. All right. Is this large enough for everybody to see, or do I need to make it larger? All right. Sister Ornita, did you say you wanted to read I thought I saw Sister Ordine. I thought I read your mind that spiritual telepathy said you wanted to read. Okay, no, she don't want to read. Okay, no problem. So let's move on. So, can anybody tell me who was the first queen or the first female king in Israel? Can anybody tell me her name? Who was the first female king in Judah? Who was the first female king in Judah? Anybody? Anybody in the listening audience? Can anyone tell me? And then I want to know who was the first female king in Judah's father and mother. Can anybody tell me that? See, this is how you know whether you've been really paying attention for the last several weeks. Yes, Brother Kazoo. Yes, Atalia. Atalia was the first female king in Israel. She was the first female king. That's right. Now, who was Atalia's mother and father? Who was Atalia's mother and father? Arab? Who's Arab? Ahab. Okay, Ahab was her father. Jezebel was her mother. Yes, Ahab was her father. Jezebel was her mother. Now, who was Ahab's father? Somebody tell me, who was Ahab's father? And Brother Benjamin, while they're looking for Ahab's father, I want to say this to you as well. Benjamin. No, wrong answer. Brother Benjamin, I want to say this to you well also. Earlier you put up that it was a woman, Vanessa or Valerie, something, Velasquez or something, Israel, who taught you about the oneness of the Most High and brought you out of the New Testament. But I got to take my hat off to you, bro. For one thing, it's very difficult for a male or a man of any type to hear the words of a woman when she's speaking to him. And for you to sit down and long enough and exchange that information, Vanna, for you to sit down long enough and hear what she had to say, I take my hat off to you. Because a lot of males and a lot of men today, we ain't trying to hear nothing a woman got to say to us. Nothing. So I thank you for that, bro. I thank you for that. And it was a good choice that you made to hear her voice when she spoke to you. You know, good choice. May the Most High be praised. Where's she at right now? Sister Nina, what are you saying right now? She said, well, it was already 2-on-1. She must got the slow version of the class. She must be a long way away. It's unbalanced. Okay. Yeah, she must be picking up after everything is over, unless she's still back there meditating on what we talked about 15 minutes ago. So that might be what it is. Yes, Omri was Ahab's father. Omri was Ahab's father. Now, I got one more question after I read this comment. Matter of fact, I'm going to ask it before I even ask the comment. So, here's the question. What was the name of the land that Omri purchased? What was the name of the land that Omri purchased that became famous later on in history? Brother Benjamin says, she taught me the flaws in the writing by comparing the Tanakh and Torah. Indeed, Ak, I can't believe you don't remember the sister. It was 20 years ago, though. And her name is Vanna. I'm sorry, Vanna. Nah, I can't remember a sister named Vanna. Maybe if she's a Facebook friend, you could post a picture of her or something. That might work. Samaria. Very good. Absolutely. It was Samaria. It was on a hill. All right. It was Samaria. She said, the brother said, Ziggy said, I just got here. I need, yeah, okay, Zeke. I got you, baby girl. You'll get it. Keep waiting. All right. Shabbat Shalom, Yisrael, family prince. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina. Can you send me that connection so the congregation here? Thanks. All right. What I need you to do is hit me up later on the phone, and I'll call the elder over there, and I'll make sure everything is cool so you can make that connection. May the Most High be with you. Shabbat Shalom. Toda Rabbah. From Morey Alicia's camp. Her name was Vanna? I don't know. I might know her. I don't know. Haven't seen her since. Is that Ziggy? I'm sure that's Ziggy. Talking about giving me an update. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. So I've asked some very serious questions. And see, my job is to make teachers in Israel. So I'm a teacher's teacher. I teach the teachers how to be teachers and teach the people. So this is why I try to put it in your head, put it in your head, so you won't forget. Here's another question. Who was the first king of Israel? 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 You may think, people may think that this is unnecessary, but it's very necessary, because when you're out there teaching or talking or exchanging information, you must know what you're talking about. Yes, Jeroboam was the first king of Israel. Saul, no. Saul was the first king, all united, both Israel and Judah. He was, but Jeroboam was the first king. Where's she at? Jeroboam. Jeroboam was the first king of Israel. Yeah, Bana is Murray Obadiah's wife. Yes. Yes. Why was that mentioned? That's my girl. She's sweet. She's nice. She's beautiful. But why was that mentioned? What happened? Oh, wait a minute. Is that the name? He's Bana? Oh, is that what y'all call her? Bana? Okay. May the Most High be praised. Okay, I can see that. Bana, because the V is actually a B in Hebrew. I can see that. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And now I can see how she helped, because she's a very knowledgeable young lady. All right. All right. Coach Red Tent. Thank you, Coach Red Tent. Coach Red Tent. Y'all be coming up with some names. When y'all want to be incognito, y'all come up with some names so nobody will know who you are. All right, let's move on, because y'all got some stuff going on with y'all. All right, Sister Anit. Saul was the first king of the combined nations together. Yes. And then they split up. But he was a king of both nations together. And then he died. David took over. And then when David took over, the kingdom did split again. But Solomon had them all together. King David got them all together again. All right. So he brought them together once again. And then Shlomo took over. And after Shlomo's death, they split with Shlomo's son, Rehoboam. So therefore, Israel was on one side, the northern kingdom, and Judah was on one side, the southern kingdom. Judah had a couple tribes with them, 2 or 3 tribes with them, but it wasn't a majority. And then 10 of the tribes went with Israel. And that's why they called Israel. Okay, so what happened is Jeroboam was elected king by Israel because Rehoboam, Solomon's son, said he was going to be cruel to them. He's going to be hard to them. So therefore they left Rehoboam, Solomon's son, and they formed the nation of Israel. This is why sometimes when you look in the prophets, the Most High says Israel did this, and then Judah, her backsliding sister, did that. He keeps them separated. And then in the book of Ezekiel, he said that these two sticks are going to come together and be rejoined in the latter times. And that's where we are. Well, I have Moreh Avadiah's information, Brother Benjamin. So you can always get Moreh his information. I give you his number, or I'll call him and make sure it's cool to give you his number. But yes, and you might be able to find them on Facebook too, because they do have a Facebook page, husband and wife Facebook page, where they do. But I can put you in touch with them if you need to. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And they have I believe they have they got a whole lot of music all over the place because they singers. Avadiah, he raps and he do that thing with the music. He's good, real good. I can't remember his name though on Spotify and all those places because I don't do those things. But anyway, let me move on. You hit me up later, so get in touch with me later on, and I'll make sure that you get the brother's information. I'll talk to the brother, make sure it's cool, and you'll get past his information. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, so let's get back on to the beat. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. So Jeroboam was the first king of Israel. And then the dynasty went on from him and went on to generation. And then Omri became king. Omri was a great military strategic. He was a great conqueror. He was a great warrior. And then he became king. And then his son Ahaz became king. And then his son became king after him. He died. He didn't have no brother. So his brother Jehoram took over. And it just went on from there. And then he died and his general took over. It's just a whole lot of the blood lineage only remained king for a very short period of time in the Israel nation. But in Yehuda, it never got interrupted except with the first female king, Atalia. That's when our kingship bloodline got interrupted with her, because she was, although she was an Israelite, her religion that she practiced or the way of life she lived by was Sidonian. Her family was pagans, Jezebel and Ahab. Ahab was in Hebrew, but his wife Jezebel was the one who was in charge of everything. She was a pagan. She ran the show. She was the one with the pants on in the household. So it's a lot to it. And they were all still wicked. All right. What's whose name? What's her name? Who? What's the who? What is whose name? What's her name? The queen? Atalia was the queen of Judah. Jezebel was the queen of Israel. Jezebel was Atalia's mother. All right. All right, family. We're going to get started with our lesson today. Now, the rest of the acts of Jeroboam. Now, this Jeroboam that we're speaking about right here was Jeroboam number 2. It wasn't the original Jeroboam. It was a Jeroboam. It was the second Jeroboam. Okay? Jeroboam number 2. And all that he did and his might, how he fought and how he restored Damascus and Hamath to Judah in Israel. And they're not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. And Jeroboam slept with his fathers, the kings of Israel, and Zechariah, his son, reigned in his place. But Zechariah's reign is not going to last all that long. But let's read on. We ready? In the 27th year of Jeroboam, king of Israel, Azariah, the son of Amaziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 52 years in Jerusalem. Now, only one other king reigned longer than 52 years. I can't remember his name. The other king reigned 55 years, I believe it was. 53 or 55 years. He was the other king that reigned longer than him. Then another king, Uzziah, I believe his name is, reigned 52 years, right with him. All right. But this king that we're talking about right now, Azariah, the son of Amaziah, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 16 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned for 52 years in Jerusalem. This thing was unheard of. His mother's names were Yeholah of Jerusalem. Also, I want to bring out the fact that it's odd that scriptures mention the mother's name. Usually, minister. Who's that? Okay. Tell me who that is, sis, and how long did he reign? It's odd that scriptures will mention the mother's name, 55 years. Okay. It's odd that scriptures will mention the mother's name. Now, they mention the mother's name usually when she was different than regular women, how she contributed it to the history of Israel, or something that she did to make her outstanding, that her name will go down in history and always be remembered. Usually scriptures just don't mention their names. And he did was right in the eyes of the Most High, according to all that his father Amaziah had done. Now, I don't believe I'm mistaken about this, but Amaziah I don't even want to say it because I don't be wrong. I don't want to make a mistake. And I'm trying to remember in my mind the exact order of the genealogy of the kings, and I can't remember, so I don't want to say it and give you wrong information because I don't want to give you anything that is not right. Oh, King Manasseh, that's my man, King Manasseh. That's Hezekiah's son, Manasseh. Okay, there you go. That's Hezekiah's son. But there was another king that reigned 55 years as well, and it wasn't Manasseh. It was another king, but I can't remember his name. But if you could find that, sis, you could find it for me, please. And it was then two kings that reigned for 52 years, and then 50 years, and then it broke down. Let's get into the lesson. Nevertheless, Amaziah and he did what was right in the eyes of the Most High, according to all his father Amaziah had done. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and made offerings in the churches. And the Most High touched the king so that he was a leper. I was going to name the lesson today, did you know that a leper was a king? Now, I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this because I want this to be in your mind for the rest of your days. Azariah was the son of Amaziah. He reigned for 52 years over Israel, and he was a leper. He was a good man. He was known as a right man before the Most High. He was a leper, which means his skin had turned completely white. More than likely, he would have been a clean leper. But he had his own house. He didn't stay in the king's palace. He had his own home somewhere, and he ruled his kingdom from there. And I always want you to remember this because I want to make you sharp, okay? The other thing that I wanted to mention, I better wait. So that he was a leper to the day of his death, and he lived in a separate house. And Yotham, the king's son was over the household, governing the people of the land. Now the rest of the acts of Azariah, and all that he did, they are not written in the book of Chronicles. Are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And Azariah slept with his fathers, and they buried him with his father in the city of David. And Jotham, his son, reigned in his place. They already had Jotham already set up because he was really running things, speaking, being the mouthpiece for his father. But then when his father finally passed away, he took over full-fledged in the throne. Watch this story here. In the 38th year of Azariah, king of Judah, in his 38th year, Zechariah, the son of Jeroboam II, reigned over Israel in Samaria for 6 months. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, as his father had done. He did not depart from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, conspired against him and struck him down at Ibleam and put him to death and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the deeds of Zechariah, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. This was the promise of the Most High he had gave to Yahu. Your son shall sit on the throne of Israel to the 4th generations. And so it came to pass that after he got conspired against, no more sons of Jehu reigned on that throne. Shallum, the son of Jabesh, began to reign in the 39th year of Uzziah, king of Judah. And he reigned 1 month in Samaria. Then Menahem, the son of Gadi, came up from Tirzah and came to Samaria. Who purchased the land of Samaria? Thank you, sis, for that information. King Uzziah and Azariah both reigned 52 years, but King Manasseh was the longest reigning king at 55 years. Now, there was one more king. That's right, Omri purchased Samaria. There was one more king that I'm sure he reigned for 55 years, but I don't know his name. But she says that was the only one, so maybe she did the research and I'll leave it alone. All right? And if I go find it later, I'll find it and then I'll post it. Then Menahem, the son of Gadi, came up from Tirzah and came to Samaria, and he struck down Shallum, the son of Jabesh, in Samaria and put him to death and reigned in his place. Now the rest of the deeds of Shallum and the conspiracy that he made, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. And at that time, Menahem sacked Tifsah and all who were in it and its territory from Tirzah on, because they did not open it to him. So this man took over the kingship of Israel. And because certain cities didn't open up to him, when he got in full power, he went and sacked them and destroyed them and took them over by force. Therefore, he sacked it, and he ripped open all the women in it who were pregnant. Wow. When I read that part, man, my heart just melted. He went in there and he was so mad at the people that he killed all the pregnant women. Why? Why did he kill all the pregnant women? Somebody tell me. Can it also be that the mothers' names are mentioned to identify lineage through mothers because of the king's multiple marriages and sons born on these unions? So if that's the case, that would mean that she did something outstanding that other people didn't do. Yes, Absolutely, Aim. You're absolutely right. It could also be that as well. Why did he decide to kill all the women who were pregnant, rip their loins, their stomachs open? Those are the future generations, absolutely, to destroy the future and not leave any lineage to live. Absolutely. But he would have to continue on that pace. But he really killed those that were there right then. See, what happened is when he sacked the city at that particular time, he killed all the men. Whoever was at war, he killed them. So who was responsible for the government who made war against him? He actually killed all of their women with all their seed. So any other man who was a part of that lineage who had children or got somebody pregnant after that, he didn't have to worry about that because he already destroyed his enemies and his enemy's family. And that's how they played in those days. So when we sit here and we read, therefore he sacked it and he ripped open all the women in whom were pregnant, to us it's a big deal, but to them, it wasn't a big deal. Yes, so their seed could not revenge and live on. Absolutely. And that's why they did it. That's why they did it. So that they couldn't come back and take vengeance when they grew up. And you'll read those stories all over and over and over in Israel. That's our history. In the 39th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Menahem, the son of Gadi, began to reign over Israel. And he reigned 10 years in Samaria. Now, Samaria is the capital of Israel, but they have other provinces that was big cities all around, like Tirzah. That was a big province. But Samaria was the big one, the most famous one. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Most High. He did not depart all his days from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. Pul, P-U-L. And watch this. Pul, the king of Assyria, came against the land, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver that he might help him to confirm his hold on the royal power. Lost but found, Shabbat Shalom. Tehillim 92, Psalms 92. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Esther. Shabbat Shalom. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this. Pul was the king of Assyria. Now, I don't know, and I probably should have looked it up before I gave the class. I don't know who Pul is. And I don't know if they're trying to say Tiglath-Pileser, because that would make sense, because somebody do the research and look up Pul of Assyria and see if that's Tiglath-Pileser. Because after this, Sennacherib is going to come in. He's going to take over the other portion. Sennacherib is Tiglath-Pileser's son. So that would make sense. And maybe that's what they're trying to say. So that might be Tiglath-Pileser. Pul, they got him. The king of Assyria came against the land, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver that he might help him to confirm his hold on the royal palace. It is Tiglath-Pileser? Okay. Menahem exacted the money from Israel, that is, from all the wealthy men, 50 shekels of silver from every man to give to the king of Assyria. Now, this is deep. One thing this shows us is that unity works. Combining their wealth together, they was able to pay off Tiglath-Pileser just so that he wouldn't bother them at this particular time. All right? All right, let me see what this says. A Bible. Pul is an Assyrian king who is identical with Tiglath-Pileser II or the third. He invaded the kingdom of Israel and the kings of Israel. Menahem paid him a large sum of silver to secure his support. All right, very well. May the Most High be praised. Now, the point I'm getting at right now is where Menahem didn't have it himself. He went to all the wealthy men and they all contributed it and gave that money to tick off Pauser. They got together, unity. If they had to depend on one individual, they would have perished. They would have lost. But because they worked together in unity, everybody put their resources together, put their wealth together, they were able to prolong their days. That's the ideal that I'm trying to get across to us today. We have to put our resources together, work together, to build a great future for ourselves. So the king of Assyria turned back and did not stay there in their land. But that wasn't the only time that he came. Now the rest of the deeds of Menahem and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And Menahem slept with his fathers. And Pekah, his son, reigned in his place. Now pay attention to this because we get ready to get deep, y'all. Pekah. In the 50th year of Azariah. Now, Azariah is reigning in Israel through all these different, he's reigning in Judah through the kings, through all these other kings in Israel. Because he reigned 52 years. So far, he didn't reign through like 2 or 3 kings in Israel. 2 or 3 kings switched out in Israel, and he's still on the throne in Judah. But we're going to keep reading because his son is going to be very instrumental into what we get ready to get into. And Pekah is going to be, you'll see, he's going to be, all that stuff is going to happen. Pekah is going to be no, it ain't going to matter with him. Pekah, the son of Menahem, began to reign over the Israel in Samaria, and he reigned 2 years. And he did which was evil in the sight of the Most High. He did not turn away from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Israel to sin. Now watch this. Now his captain of the guard, Pekah, this guy here that we're about to read about went down in history. And we're going to read on this, and then we're going to touch on another story that all this is mentioned in, and is going to make that story make sense to you a lot clearer. Now, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, was the captain. He was the captain of this man right here, Pekahiah. All right? Pekah was his general, one of the men in his army. See, a lot of these kings was overthrown by their right-hand man. And this is like the 4th time that we read about a king in Israel being overthrown by one of his generals. Yehu did it. Ben-Hadad was a king. He owned that right because his father was a king. But a lot of the kings in Israel, they all did it. They were generals next to a prominent king, and they conspired and killed the king and took over the throne. Pekah, the son of Remaliah, his captain, conspired against him with 50 men of the people of Gilead and struck him down in Samaria, in the citadel of the king's house, with Argob and Ariah. He put him to death and reigned in his place. Pekah is going to take over. But now, a lot of people don't know this, but this is when the land of Israel actually began to split. They had generals who was running the kingships. Generals was running the land. Remaliah, Pekah. Remaliah was Pekah's father. But watch how the story breaks it down. And reigned in his place. Now the rest of the deeds of Pekahiah and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Israel. He reigned for 2 years. Now watch this. In the 52nd year of Azariah, in his 52nd year. Now, in his 52nd year, he's going to stop ruling. He's going to die. And his son, Ahaz, should be Ahaz, is going to take the throne. Now, watch this. In the 52nd year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekah, the son of Remaliah, began to reign over Israel in Samaria. And he reigned 20 years. And he did what was evil in the sight of the Most High. And he did not depart from the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he had made Israel to sin. In the days of Pekah, now, in the days of Pekah, do y'all remember when, let me go back up. Do y'all remember when I just got finished telling y'all about the brother Menahem? Remember Menahem? And Menahem gave silver and gold and all the money from the rich men and gave it to Tiglath-Pileser, and Tiglath-Pileser stayed away. Menahem was intelligent. He was smart. But Pekah didn't do that. Pekah, the son of Remaliah, began to reign in 20 years, but Pekah didn't do that. In the days of Pekah, king of Israel, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, came up and captured Lejon, Abel Beth Bakah, Jonah, Kadesh, Hazron, Gilead, and Galilee. All of these lands are the lands of Naphtali, of Israel. So he began to capture certain portions all over the place. Samaria was intact at the time, but he grabbed all the different outs. Remember I told you they all got little generals running the lands? He captured all them, and he carried the people to Assyria. Tiglath-Pileser was the first king. He was the first king who implemented, when you go in and you conquer a nation, you take all the inhabitants of that land, pack them up, and move them into a distant land. There's a lot of science to that. What happens is when you pack people up and move them to a distant land, they're not so familiar with that area. They have no dominance, no authority, no rulership. It takes them a while to get themselves organized again. Tiglath-Pileser, that's right, slavery. That's what the Europeans did to us. Packed us up and moved us to another land, and it left us discombobulated. Tiglath-Pileser realized that many years ago, and that's what he did to nations when he conquered nations. He would pack them all up and move them to a distant land. Now think about it. Now the land he took them from ended up being empty. So what he did was, yes, very interesting. He took people from Assyria and other neighboring countries that he conquered and put them in Samaria. Or we didn't even talk about Samaria yet. Samaria is still Samaria. We ain't talking about Samaria yet. We're talking about those other cities of Naphtali that he conquered. He put them there. Then Hoshea, the son of Elah, made a conspiracy against Pekah, the son of Remaliah, and struck him down and put him to death and reigned in his place. In the 20th year of Jotham, the son of Uzziah, now the rest of the acts of Pekah and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Israel. Now, Tiglath-Pileser would pack the people up. After he conquered them, he would pack them up and move them. And that's what he did. He moved them. He moved them out of the land. Every time he conquered, he moved them out of the land and moved them into another region of the earth. So they're all discombobulated over there while he go do something else over there. All right. Yeah, this guy's on time. Let me see what this guy said. He is on point. What that brother say? What's his name? Robert Tucker. He said, believe in Christ Jesus, John. He that believeth on the Son has everlasting life, and he that believeth the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God abideth on him. Boy, you be on time there, Brother Robert. Thank you, Brother Robert, for your impact. Make sure you listen right now, Brother Robert, because we get ready to touch on something that might be really important for you, what we get ready to touch on. So this might be really important for you right here. Prince always starting his stuff, but this is a good one because you right on time. We pulled this just for you. The Most High must have knew you was going to show. He knew you was coming. So here we go. We just got finished talking about Pekah, the son of Remaliah. Okay. Now, this is a prophecy. And this prophecy is going to cover the time of Pekah when he ruled for his 22 years. We're in the book of Isaiah, chapter 7. For all you Christian believers, this is good information for you right here that we really talk about. All right. So Isaiah chapter 7. It was war against Judah. Now we haven't read yet. We're getting ready to read. But what's his name? Azariah is passed on, and he's going to have a son. His name is going to be Ahaz. Ahaz is either his son or his grandson, one or the other. I believe it's his son. But he's ready to pass on. His son is going to take over the throne. But remember, when he was alive in his last year, Pekah took over the throne from Pethahiah, and Tiglath-Pileser had a problem with Pekah. So Tiglath-Pileser came in and took over a whole lot of the land of Naphtali from Pekah, making Pekah weaker. But let me share this with you. Tiglath-Pileser was divinely inspired to do what he did. Before Tiglath-Pileser did what he did, the Most High spoke to prophet Isaiah to give King Ahaz a prophecy, telling him what he was about to do. But because King Ahaz was an idolater, worshiping Chemosh and a lot of other deities, he didn't want to try and put his trust in the Most High. I never really understood this until I read it all over again, and it all made sense to me. So now I see what's taking place. So now I'm going to try to break it down to you all so that you all can understand. Okay? Walk with me. And if you got any questions, please ask your questions and let me give you the answers that I have, that the creators allow me to get the knowledge to pass on to you. So let's read on. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 1. Now, this is a prophecy that a lot of people use to support Jesus and Jesus' birth. What is that, 7 and 14? It says, in Isaiah 7 and 14 says, therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and thou shalt call his name Emmanuel. Well, let's see what this says in Hebrew. Okay. This is what it says in Hebrew. It says, Lebain, am I right? Lekain yatain Adoni hu lekem ot higa tialma tialma or hialma is the word that you're looking for. Hialma Haya. Oh, that's not Haya, that's Hara. Wiyoda, which means to bring forth. She shall bring forth, or she shall bear a son. Bain. Wayikra, and you shall call Shemo, his name, Iman El, or Emmanuel. Therefore, the Most High himself shall give you a sign. Ot is the word. Ot is the Hebrew word for sign. He should give you a sign. The Most High should give you a sign. And then it says, behold, Hine, right here, Hine, behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and you shall call his name Emmanuel. Well, Christians use this to say that this was a prophecy of the birth of Jesus or Yeshua or Yahushua or Yahushua, whatever they want to call him. Let's just use JC for short. So that way, whatever the name is that you gave him, JC is going to fit that colloquium right now. Christians use this as a prophecy to say that the Creator prophesied of JC's birth 500 years before JC was born, because this story took place approximately 500 years before the birth of JC. Okay? So now, yes, around 500 years. All right, so now what it says in English is, behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Emmanuel breaks down the Most High be with us. Okay? Imenu, with us, is El. That's what it means. Imenu, this is Imenu. It means with us, and El is the Most High. El. All right? So Elohim be with us, or Ha Elohim be with us, is what they're saying Emmanuel means. Christians use this prophecy and says that the Creator gave a son 500 years ago, prior to the birth of JC, which if he was really born, it would have been 100 BC, according to the Gregorian calendar. All right? But now, their key word that they're using here, Alma, they're using the word Alma. But Alma doesn't mean virgin. That's how you know this ain't talking about Mary, unless Mary wasn't a virgin. This is what the word Alma means. Here it is in Hebrew. That's Alma in Hebrew. Matter of fact, I got a daughter named Alma. Well, that's what they call her, Alma. So here we go. It's a feminine noun. This is the etymology of the word. And the usage means they use it as virgin, as they translated it as virgin. But what it really means is a young woman of marriageable age, a maid or a newly married woman. Now, you know, if she's newly married, she ain't no virgin. So Alma does not mean that this girl never had sex. This is how you know that this can't be talking about JC, because Mary supposed to not have known a man. Mary was supposed to have been, no man had touched her, says the New Testament. And then Joseph was supposed to had found out she was pregnant and put her away because he was embarrassed. But however that story goes, I just want to deal with this particular chapter. So they come up with this phrase that this is a prophecy of JC's birth 500 years before he was born. Now keep that in mind. This prophecy was 500 years before JC was born, and they try to say that this was a prophecy about JC, and this is why they believe in JC. So let's see. So let's start at verse 1. We just got finished reading about Pekah, Remaliah's son, and we're going to read about the whole story. And I want you all to know before I begin that Ahaz was an idolater. He practiced Christianity. He practiced idolatry. Okay? And it came to pass in the days of Ahaz, the son of Jotham. Okay, so Jotham was Azariah's son. Okay? The son of Uzziah, king of Judah. They call Azariah Uzziah right here. King of Judah. That Rezin, the king of Syria, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, went up toward Jerusalem to war against it. Now, Ahaz is the king right now. Ahaz is the king. And he's afraid because Pekah, the one we just got finished reading about, who took the throne from his Pahaliah, his leader, he was the general to Pahaliah. He took over Pahaliah's kingdom by killing him or assassinating him. He took over the kingdom. He became king. All right? So now this man grew so powerful, he reigned for 22 years, Pekah. He reigned for 22 years. He was the king of Israel. He went up toward Jerusalem to war against it, but could not prevail against it. He was not victorious. He was not victorious because the Most High intervened. And this is what happened. This is the story. So here's the backdrop. And it was told to the house of David, saying, basically to Ahaz, because Ahaz is of the lineage of David, saying Ahaz is the king. Syria is confederate with Ephraim. All of these are Israelite nations. And his heart was moved. All of those people combined together to come against poor Judah. And Judah is a small army. He can't possibly go against like 4 kings. So he's afraid. And the heart of his people and the trees of the woods are moved with the wind. Then said the Most High unto Isaiah, go forth to meet Ahaz. Now Ahaz is an idolater. The Creator hates idolatry, but the Creator loves. Hold on. Heard some noise in the kitchen. Didn't sound like a noise I was supposed to be hearing, but I'll hear that now. So let's move on. But the Most High loves his people. So even though we got a king that's living wickedly, the Most High loves his people. So this is why the Most High intervenes. Now watch how this story goes. Go forth to meet Ahaz, thou, and Sharub, thy son, into the conduit of the upper pool in the highway of the fuller's field, and say unto him, take heed and be quiet, fear not, neither be faint-hearted, for the 2 tails of these smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin with Syria, and the sons of Remaliah, Pekah, the son of Remaliah, because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah have taken evil counsel, saying against thee, saying, let us go up against Judah. Man, they told that to King Ahaz. He's the king of Judah, and he's scared. Yes, he keep giving them chances to correct themselves. He's scared. He's trembling in his boots. And let us make a breach thereof for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabiel. Now, over 300 years, I believe, had passed. There's never been a king to sit on the throne in Israel that wasn't out of the seed of David. Even the female queen, well, she wasn't out of the seed of David, but she was the only one who interrupted that dynasty. And that lasted for 6 months, I think it was. Atalia was her name. In like 300 years, every man that sat on that throne was out of the lineage of David. So now the Most High had promised that as long as the children of David served the Most High, that he would always have somebody, one of his descendants, will always sit on the throne of Israel. So these men sought to interrupt what the Most High promise would always be in play. He said, let us go up against Judah and vex it, and let us make a breach thereof from us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabil. Thus saith the Most High, Yohei ha Elohim, it shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass. This is why the Most High raised up Tiglath-Pileser to go in and sack Samaria and the surrounding cities. Do y'all understand? He didn't even sack Samaria at this time. He just sacked all the cities around it. And then he ended up killing Pekah. Because the Most High did it. Because Pekah, Remaliah's son, and Ephraim and all those other tribes over there had said they were going to undo the prophecy that the Most High put in place by having David's lineage to reign on the throne of Judah. Only the Most High can do that. Not no man. Only the Most High. The one who finally did it, the one who finally conquered that was Nebuchadnezzar. And Nebuchadnezzar was being used by the power of the Most High to bring Zechariah, what was his name? Zechariah, I believe his name was, to his feet and took out his eyes. You understand? Only the Most High could do that. These men had conspired, and Ahaz was so much an idolater, he didn't trust in the Most High. So the prophet Isaiah was coming speaking in the name of the Most High. Ahaz didn't want to hear nothing the prophet had to say. Ahaz was an idolater. So Ahaz only wanted to hear what the Sidonians' deity had to say, because that's who he worshiped. You follow me? I ain't even get to the heart of it yet. Watch this. Verse 7, Isaiah 7:7. Let me start at 7-6. Let us go up against Judah and vex it, and let us make a breach thereof for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabil. Thus saith the Most High, Ha Elohim of Israel, it shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass. For the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin. And within 65 years shall Ephraim be broken. Ephraim shall be broken in 65 years. Now, y'all hear that, right? In a score is what? 20 years, 20, 40, 60 years. So in 65 years, Damascus was going to be destroyed. And within 65 years shall Ephraim be broken, that it be not a people. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of Samaria is Remaliah's son, Pekah. If ye will not believe, surely you will not be established. He's telling him all these things. He's talking to Ahaz by the prophet Isaiah. Now, Ahaz is afraid because Ahaz know that Damascus and Syria are some powerful nations. He's afraid of them. He's the king of Judah. Part of the reason why he's so afraid is because he's practicing idolatry in a holy land. Now, watch this part. Moreover, the Most High came unto Ahaz, saying, ask thee a sign of the Most High, thy Elohim. Ask it either in the depths of the heights above. And Ahaz would not. Why? In order for him to ask anything of the Most High, it will be showing betrayal to the deities that he served. So therefore, he said, I'm not asking anything of the Most High. Because in reality, if he would have asked anything of the Most High, that would have meant he would have angered the gods that he served. And it wasn't the Most High. See, a lot of people don't teach all this stuff because they don't know it. They haven't traveled there. The Most High didn't give them that understanding. And that's part of the reason why this is your first time hearing this type of information. So you're walking with Prince now. Let's see what we got. Okay? Verse 7, where we leave off at. Let me close this stuff up. This stuff is getting in my way. I can't see right now. All right, where we leave off at. He said, go ask the Son of the Most High to see if the Most High is going to fight your battles for you. It's not really for the king. It's for the people of the Most High, because the Most High loves his people. All right. But Ahaz said, I will not, neither will I tempt the Most High. And he said, hear ye now, O house of David. It is a small thing for you to weary men, but will you weary my power as well? How was he wearying the Most High? Not just that he was being no disobedient by not asking the Most High, but he was also wearing the Most High out because he was practicing idolatry, being in the throne of Israel, of the house of Judah, on David's throne. So he said, you're going to worry out the Most High as well? Okay, the Most High is going to give you a sign. Now, who is this sign for? This sign is for Ahaz. In his lifetime, this thing is going to happen, not 500 years later, but during the lifetime of Ahaz. And this is the sign. Therefore, the Most High himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a young woman is what it should have said. A young woman, but the people who translate these books are Christian-minded people. Therefore, they try to make something look like a prophecy. And if you don't know the language, you will think that it is a prophecy. Behold, a young woman shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Show me anywhere in the New Testament where they call JC's name Emmanuel. Then you will know that this ain't talking about them, which they could have, but they did not. It says, butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse evil and choose the good. For behold, before the child shall know to refuse evil and choose the good, the land that you abhorred shall be forsaken of both her kings. Both of them shall be destroyed. For the Most High shall bring upon thee and upon thy people and upon thy father's house days that have not come, and the days of Ephraim departed from Judah, even the king of Assyria. From the days that Ephraim departed from Judah, even to the king of Assyria. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Most High shall hiss for the fly that is in the uttermost parts of the rivers of Egypt, and from the bees that are in the land of Assyria. So Tiglath-Pileser and his son Sennacherib was bees. They stung. And they shall come and shall rest all of them in the desolate valleys, and in the holes and in the rocks, and upon the thorns and upon the bushes. In the same day shall the Most High shave with a razor that is hired, namely by them beyond the river, by the king of Assyria, Tiglath-Pileser, the head and the hair of the feet, and it shall all consume the beard. And it shall come to pass in that day that a man shall nourish a young cow and 2 sheep. And it shall come to pass for the abundance of milk that they shall give, and he shall eat butter and honey, shall everyone eat with the power of his hand. And it shall come to pass in that day that every place shall be where there were 1,000 wines at 1,000 stringlings, it shall be even briars, ears, and thorns. With arrows, with bows, shall men come thither. Before all the land shall become briars and thorns. And on all the hills that shall be digged in the mattocks, they shall not come thither in the fear of briars and thorns, but it shall be from the sending forth of oxen and the thread of the lesser cattle. So are there any questions before I continue? Are there any questions? Are there any questions? No? So you all understand what's going on so far? This was 500 years before JC's birth. So I just read, then Hoshea, the son of Eli, made a conspiracy against Pekah, the son of Remaliah, and struck him down and put him to death and reigned in his place in the 20th year of Jotham, the son of Uzziah. Now the rest of the acts of Pekah and all that he did, behold, they are written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Israel. In the second year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, king of Israel, Jotham, the son of Uzziah, king of Judah, began to reign. Now Jotham, so Jotham is the father of Ahaz, who is the son of Uzziah. He was 25 years old when he began to reign, but it ain't gonna last. And he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Yerusha, the daughter of Zadok. Now, I don't know if this means Zadok the priest or just another Zadok. And he did that which was right in the eyes of the Most High, according to all that his father Uzziah had done. Nevertheless, the high places was not removed. The people still sacrificed and made offerings on the high places. He built the upper gate of the house of the Most High. Now, the rest of the acts of Jotham and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the kings or the chronicles of the kings of Yehudah? In those days, the Most High began to send Rezin, the king of Syria, and Pekah, the son of Remaliah, against Judah. So now this is picking up. And the story that we just got finished reading in Isaiah was filling in the unspoken of parts right here that you couldn't see. The story in Isaiah, the 7th chapter, is going to tell us the back scene behind what all this has left off. So Pekah, the son of Remaliah, they all rose up against Judah. Jotham slept with his fathers. So Jotham was the king, son of Uzziah. Jotham had a son whose name should be Ahaz. Jotham slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, his father, and Ahaz, his son, reigned in his place. In the 17th year of Pekah, now remember, Pekah lived for 22 years. He reigned for 22 years. And Pekah, the son of Remaliah, in the 17th year of Pekah, the son of Remaliah, Ahaz, the son of Jotham, king of Judah, began to reign. Ahaz was 22 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he did not do what was right in the eyes of the Most High, his Elohim, and his father, as his father David had done. But he walked in the ways of the kings of Israel. He practiced idolatry. I mean idolatry. He practiced idolatry. He even burned his sons as an offering, hence the name of today's class. And they burnt their sons and their daughters as offerings. He even burned his son as an offering according to the despicable practices of the nations whom the Most High drove out from before the people of Yisrael. Ahaz was a wicked man. Ahaz was practicing idolatry on a high level. On a high level. Now, Solomon had 300 wives and 700 concubines. What chapter was the baby born? I believe it's the 3rd chapter of the book of Matthew. Oh, Isaiah 7 in Hebrew, chapter 7. He even burned his son as an offering according to the despicable practices of the nations whom the Most High drove out before the people of Yisrael. That's Moloch, the deity. Moloch they worshipped, and they would burn up their children, sacrificing to Moloch. Sounds messianic. Okay. And Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, king of Israel, came up to war against Jerusalem. And they besieged Ahaz, but could not conquer him. They actually began fighting with Ahaz, but they couldn't win. The reason why they couldn't win, because they had a king that they wanted to put in on the throne of David. And the Most High said that that's not going to be. All those who live on that throne, who rule on that throne, will come out of David's seed. They couldn't conquer that because it was against the Most High's will. He let Ahaz get beat up because he was practicing idolatry. But they couldn't conquer him because he didn't want that throne to fall off. At that time, Rezin, king of Syria, recovered Elath for Syria and drove the men of Judah from Elath, and the Edomites came to Elath, where they dwelt to this day. So Ahaz sent messengers. Now watch this. Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. Now he wasn't trusting the Most High, but he trusted a man. See, let me share this with y'all. That's what a lot of us do today that practice religion. We don't trust in the Most High, but we'll trust in a man. What do I mean? Jesus was a man. And you're trusting Jesus to be your savior, but you got the whole Most High, the King of all creation, who just say, come to me and obey me and walk in my ways, and I'll be your savior. But you won't trust in him. You'll trust on the guy that died on the cross that the slave masters gave you. Him you refuse to let go. But you can't trust the Most High. Same thing with Ahaz. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Israel, saying, watch what he says. Well, watch how he humbles himself before a man. But when the Most High says, come to me, he was afraid. He wouldn't even ask the prophet for anything to go to the Most High. Watch what he says. He says, I am your servant and your son. He just buoyed him. He buoyed himself. I'm your son, because that's a way of showing honor and respect to those people. He says, I am your servant. And it's a king in Israel. What kind of king is this that's telling another man, I'm your servant? Now, if this man was a prophet of the Most High, it'd be a different story. But that ain't what this is. This is a Syrian, a conqueror. And he said, King Ahaz said, I am your servant and your son. You know how a man commands his son, tells his son what to do? That's what he was saying. You can tell me what to do. I'm going to do what you tell me. I'm yours. Watch this. He says, come up and rescue me from the hand of the king of Syria and from the hand of the king of Israel who are attacking me. The Most High raised up Tiglath-Pileser in his spirit to adhere to this and fight for him. Watch this. Ahaz also took the silver and the gold that was found in the house of the Most High. He stole from the Creator to give to a man. Now, how many of you steal from the Creator to give to a man? We're going to go deep with that subject. How many of you steal from the Most High to give to a man and then wonder why your life is not prospering? See, what we're doing today is the Most High's works. This is how you give back to the Most High, by allowing and making sure that this work of the Most High can go on. But you'll take your money, instead of donating your money to places like this, or even this place, or even the school that we have, instead of you taking your money and donating to a place like this, you'll go to McDonald's and give it to McDonald's. And all along, all McDonald's doing is poisoning you in return. You go to Burger King and give it to Burger King. And all Burger King is doing is poisoning you all along. I don't go to McDonald's. I don't go to Burger King. So nah, Prince, you're wrong. But you smoke weed. And you'll go buy the weed and give it to the weed man, where that money could be coming and bringing it forth something positive. something great within the earth. You'll give your money to them, but you won't give your money to the Most High's works. Therefore, you are robbing the Most High. Let me explain to you, family. The Most High will provide for us no matter what. That's how we do what we do. All glory, all honor, all praise goes to the Most High King. But the Most High would rather you provide for yourself. You understand that? By making sure that this works keeps on going because you are contributing to the functions of this work. That's how the Most High moves. But you will rather rob the Most High and give your money to the weed man. Give your money to the crack man. Give your money to the alcohol man. Give your money to the people who are not doing or promoting the works of the Creator to bring you pleasure. And it's usually only a couple of moments of pleasure, but that's where you give your money to. You don't dedicate your money to the works of the Creator. You don't feed any homeless people. You don't house any homeless people. You don't feed any hungry people unless they smoking weed with you, unless they drinking alcohol with you. You don't put shelter on the elderly. You don't provide anything for the people who can't do for themselves because they're having a hard time, not because the father's a bum, just that the father's having a hard time in life. What do you do to help them? You don't take money, your kesef, your gold, your silver, or even your time and give it back to a worthy cause that the Most High can bless you with. Therefore, if you stop giving to the Most High, you will start receiving less and less from the Most High until the time that you give. I challenge 20 people right now. You think I'm playing? I challenge 20 of y'all. If you think I'm playing, a brother Benjamin, he on the page, another brother Benjamin, he on the page, he'll tell you how it works. I challenge 20 people right now. Go out and do some of the things that I just mentioned and see, don't your life change almost instantaneously from you helping others. See how long it takes for the Most High to bring blessings in your life. You watch. And then once you see Prince is right, then maybe you'll understand the process of how to win favor of the Most High, even when you don't walk 100% by his law all the time. Just by looking out for others, the Most High will make sure that he looks out for you. Of course, he wants you to obey his law all the time. He does, but he knows you'll slip sometime. He knows sometimes you're going to ignore and act like you don't know something is there. He knows you're going to do that. He don't want you to do that, but he knows that's who you are. That's your nature. But even in doing all that, by you helping others, by you doing what the Most High said for you to do, by you giving your money back to the works of the Most High, he will cause immediate blessings to fall from the heavens in your life. And you'll sit back and say, well, how? One of the brothers called me up and told me about how he donated money to our school. And immediately after he donated money to the school, people he loaned money to years ago that he ain't never heard from start calling him up. Yo, hey, I got your money, man. Here go your money. He's like, wow. He had to call me on the phone and tell me about this Prince. Yo, man, I'm convinced this thing works. It's real, family. I'm not lying to you. This king we serve is real. And he's watching the lives of all of us. Ahaz stole from the Most High. He went into the Most High's house and stole the treasures and gave them to a man. What's the difference between Ahaz and you? Because you're giving it to the weed man. You're giving it to the alcohol man. You're giving it to the fast food stores. Ahaz also took the silver and the gold that was found in the house of the Most High and in the treasures of the king's houses, and he sent a present to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria listened to him. The king of Assyria marched up against Damascus and took it. If it was against the Most High's will, he would not have allowed the king of Assyria to have a victory against Damascus. Now remember, the king of Assyria just took all of Naphtali land. So he already had a stronghold. He packed all the Naphtalites and picked them up and moved them into a distant land and put other people in that land. Now he came up against Damascus. The Most High is moving him to do all these things. And the king of Assyria listened to him. The king of Assyria marched up against Damascus and took it, carrying its people away captive to Kir, and he killed Rezin. What did the Most High say? He killed Rezin. What did the Most High say in Isaiah the 7th chapter? He said that these people will be dead within 62 years, 65 years. They will be dead. Well, just a little while after that, Rezin was Mut. Mut is the Hebrew word for dead. Rezin was Mut just a few years later. Indeed. When King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, he saw the altar that was at Damascus. Now, you know the altar at Damascus. The altar at Damascus was an idolatrous altar. Idolatry was worshipped. The deity that they served on that throne was an idol. When he went to Damascus, he was so impressed. Ahaz was so impressed with this altar that he's going to have his priests back at home make an altar like that for him. He's going to take the Most High's altar and move it out the way and put this new altar on there so he can practice idolatry in the Most High's house. What the audacity of this man. He saw the altar at Damascus, and King Ahaz sent to Uriah the priest a model of the altar and its pattern, exact in all its details. And Uriah the priest built the altar in accordance with all that King Ahaz has sent from Damascus. So Uriah the priest made it before King Ahaz arrived from Damascus. The king viewed the altar. Then the king drew near to the altar and went up on it and burnt his burnt offerings and his grain offerings and pulled drink offerings and threw the blood of his peace offerings on the altar. But he wasn't worshiping the Almighty. And the bronze altar that was before the Most High, he removed from the front of the house, from the place between his altar and the house of the Most High, and he put it on the north side of his altar. Not only did he put it on the north side of his altar, but he actually began to cut it up and move sections of it and put them over there, put them over here, and use them for different things. Completely disrespected the Almighty and had no problem with it. You don't do nothing like that in your life, do you? We don't, none of us here don't disrespect the Most High, do we? We all give the Most High the best of us, don't we? All of us, we give the Most High the best of us all the time, don't we? And King Ahaz commanded Uriah the priest, saying, on the great altar burn the morning burnt offerings and the evening grain offerings. And the king's burnt offerings and his grain offerings with the burnt offerings of all the people of the land and their grain offerings and their drink offerings, and throw on it all the blood of the burnt offerings and all the blood of the sacrifice but the bronze altar shall be for me to inquire by. Uriah the priest did all this as King Ahaz commanded. Now, the Creator is leading me to share this with you. We are not to imitate the ways of the pagans, but King Ahaz just did. He took their wicked practices, the altar that they built, and he had an altar like that replace the altar of the Most High. For many of us, we took the Romans' deity, the Christians' deity, and it has replaced the Almighty in a lot of our lives. And King Ahaz cut off the frames of the stand and removed the basin from them. And he took down the sea from off the bronze oxen that were under it and put it on a stone pedestal. And the covered way for the Shabbat that had been built inside the house and the outer entrance for the king, he caused to go around the house of the Most High because of the king of Assyria. Now, the rest of the acts of Ahaz that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the Kings of Judah? And Ahaz slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. And Hezekiah, his son, reigned in his place. May the Most High be praised from everlasting to everlasting. In the 20th year of Ahaz, king of Judah, Hoshea, the son of Eli, began to reign in Samaria over Israel. And he reigned 9 years, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Most High, yet not as the kings of Israel who were before him. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria. And Hoshea became his vassal and paid him tribute. But the king of Assyria found treachery in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and offered no tribute to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria invaded all the land and came into Samaria. For 3 years he besieged it. Now I want you to know that all this was done because of disobedience. I'm going to read all that. But all this was being done. The Most High allowed all this to be done because those kings did not serve him, and neither did the people serve him. The people did what their fathers taught them, and they practiced idolatry. Now, you got to know that these people who are practicing idolatry, you got to know that they believed what they were doing were right. They didn't even question it, really. They was brought up that way. They was raised up from way back in Jeroboam days. Way back in Jeroboam days, they was taught to practice the god of Sidonians. They were taught to practice them, to pray to them, to sacrifice to them. They were taught this. So without even investigating, searching out or anything, they practice idolatry, just like a lot of our people today come from slave days, and now we practicing Christianity. We're praying to the Christian God, just like they prayed to the god of Sidonians. We're doing the exact same thing. We're practicing idolatry today. We just got a little twist to it. So now you're a Christian. The Most High opens your mind. You realize that Christianity ain't the way, but you bring the Christian deity with you to your service to the Most High. Do y'all understand where I'm going with this? All you did was change the name of the deity and change the color and say he's really a black man, but this is his name. and you gave him a name. But it's the same deity. It's the same deity with a different little twist to it. But when the Most High woke you up, he didn't say, bring these deities with you. He said, I am the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He says, I have no partners. There's nobody to my left, nobody to my right. He says, look unto me, Israel, and be ye saved. That's what he says. Look unto him and be ye saved. But you look to JC to be your savior. You look to JC to be your God, to be your power, to be your provider and your protector. And when you make your prayers at night, you pray in the name of a man, of a deity that has died. When he hung on that cross and he got stabbed up, they said he bled. If your power can bleed, then that means your power can die. He's a no power. And the Most High don't like us giving his glory to a no power. But yet we do it because that's what we were taught. For some of us, we know that the Most High doesn't like that. But JC has been embedded into us so deeply that we refuse to let him go. It's hard, Prince. I want to. I don't know, Prince. I just can't let it go. The Most High is trying to get your attention and trying to tell you some things. But you are refusing to obey his voice. You are refusing. Just like our forefathers in the ancient days, Hoshea and all them, they refused to submit themselves to the Most High. Ahaz refused to submit himself to the Most High. They practice idolatry. They practice what their forefathers practiced a long time before them, like 400 years before them. And then they have prophets like Isaiah, prophets like Elisha, prophets like Elijah, prophets like Jonah, who all pointed them back to the Most High. And they still wouldn't hear the Most High's word. And today you have people like myself, people like Cohen Mikael, people like Zakane El-Natan, you know, people who are leading you back to the Most High. Saul Aharon, people who are leading you back to the Most High. And what do? You stay in Christianity and you expect the Most High to understand where you're coming from. He ain't gonna give you but so much time to leave that idolatry alone. Your time could be up. You might be on borrowed time right now, but eventually that's gonna run out too. You're going to have to turn back to the Most High and the Most High alone. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria, and he carried the Israelites away to Assyria and placed them in Halah and on the harbor, the river of Gozan, and in the city of the Medes. And the Most High loved his people so much that when his people was practicing idolatry, but when they were taken out of the land, the people of Assyria, Sennacherib, will bring other people and put them in Samaria so that they can live in Samaria. And what the Most High did was the Most High got angry. It's okay for his people to do what they want to do. He'll deal with them, but you better not touch them. So the Most High got angry. And the Most High caused lions, because these people didn't know the practice of the land, how to worship the Most High. The Most High caused lions to come out of the jungle, out of the Sahara or the desert, wherever they were, and eat the people up. The lions, the animals, actually fought for us. And this occurred because the people of Israel had sinned against the Most High, their power, who had brought them up out of the land of Egypt, from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and they had feared other powers and walked in the customs of the nations whom the Most High drove out from before the people of Israel, and in the customs that the king of Israel had practiced, Christianity. And the people of Israel did secretly against the Most High their power things that were not right. They built for themselves places in all their towns, from watchtower to fortified cities. They set up for themselves pillars and asherim of very high hills and under every green tree. And they made offerings on all the high places, as the nations did, whom the Most High carried away before them. And they did wicked things, provoking the anger of the Most High. When I was reading this, what I thought about was how the people constantly lived in evil and wickedness before the Creator, but still had something to do with calling on the Most High's name, like we do today. We show up in Shabbat services and we hear the classes. We wear our fringes for the most part. Some of us even try to wear 100% natural fabric in our clothing. But our spirits are not right because we're not making the proper internal changes. We'll do all the physical things to make someone give the appearance of being righteous, but our inward parts, we sleeping with our brother's sister, wife, we stealing from the stores, whatever we can do to get over on somebody, we're doing it. However, we can loan money to our own people and charge them usury. And I'm talking about men who don't have money, sisters who don't have money. You refuse to provide for them, although you should, by law, provide for the children of your people who are destitute, who are poor. You should help them. But many of us don't. So we give the illusion of righteousness, but our souls are not right. And they did wicked things, provoking the Most High to anger. And they serve idols. We serve JC, of which the Most High has said to them, ye shall not do this. Yet the Most High warned Israel and Judah by every prophet and every seer, saying, turn from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes in accordance with all the laws that I command your fathers, and that I sent to you by my servants, the prophets. And you've been listening to all these Israelites teaching you about the Most High and his law. And you say, well, I keep the laws of the Most High. That's what you say. You say, I don't work on the Shabbat. I don't eat pork. A lot of people don't eat pork. But I don't work on the Shabbat. I don't steal. I don't murder. I don't kill. Those things are easy. Try practicing, thou shalt not worship anything under the heavens, anything in the seas, anything in the earth. Try keeping that commandment, that thou shalt not make any images that thou should worship. If you keep that commandment, then you can say, you know what, Creator, show me my fault. But they would not listen, but were stubborn, as their fathers had been, who did not believe in the Most High, Ha Elohim. How do you know they didn't believe? Because they practice idolatry. How do you know that you don't believe? For a lot of us, our people that are here, how do I know that you don't believe? Because you do practice idolatry. You still practice idolatry. You just gave it a different name. But you are not convinced within yourself that you're practicing idolatry because you show up on the Shabbat day. You might keep the feast days. You may wear your fringes. You might wear 100% natural fabric. But you still practice idolatry whenever you call on the name of a deity. The Most High is not a deity. But you call on the name of a deity and give it human form and say that he died on the cross for you. He was pierced in his sides, stakes in his nails in his hand. He died for your sin. You're giving it to a deity. They displeased his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers and the warnings that he gave them. They went after false idols and became false. Well, look at that. They went after false idols and became false. Wow. and they followed the nations that was around them. Is that what we're doing today? Following the nations that are around us? Do you know that Christianity at one point was the fastest growing religion? Christianity. The majority, 200 billion people, are Christian in the United States today. I believe that was the last quote I saw, 200 billion. And I haven't looked it up in a couple of months, but it was 200 billion Christians, people in America who are Christians. Christianity was the largest religion in America. So by far, you're practicing the religion of the people around you. You might call yourself a Hebrew Israelite, but you're still practicing idolatry. And they abandoned all the commandments of the Most High, their power, and made for themselves metal images of 2 calves. And they made an Ashereth, and they worshiped all the hosts of heaven, and they served Christian JC. And they burnt their sons and their daughters as offerings and used divination. So they burnt their sons and their daughters, hence the name of the lesson, as offerings, and used divination and omens, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Most High, provoking him to anger. Therefore the Most High was very angry with Yisrael, and he removed them out of his sight. None was left but the tribe of Judah. And that didn't last too long. Judah also did not keep the commands of the Most High, their power, but walked in the customs that Yisrael had introduced. And the Most High rejected all the descendants of Yisrael and afflicted them and gave them into the hand of the plunderers until he had cast them out of his sight. When he had torn Yisrael from the house of David, they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drove Yisrael from following the Most High and made them commit great sin. The people of Yisrael walked in all their sins, and as Jeroboam did. They did not depart from them until the Most High removed Yisrael out of his sight, as he had spoken by his servants the prophets. So Yisrael was exiled from their own land unto Assyria until this day. And the king of Assyria brought people from Babylon. Watch this part. Cutha, Awa, Hamath, and Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the people of Yisrael. And they took possession of Samaria, and they lived in the cities. And at the beginning of their dwelling there, they did not fear the Most High. Therefore the Most High sent lions among them, which killed some of them. So the king of Assyria was told, the nations that you have carried away and placed in the cities of Samaria do not know the law of the power of the land of Israel. Therefore he sent lions among them, and behold, they are killing them. But they do not know the law of Ha Elohim of the land. Then the king of Assyria commanded, send there one of the priests whom you carried away from there, and let him go and dwell there and teach them the laws of Ha Elohim of the land. So one of the priests whom they had carried away from Samaria came and lived in Bethel, house of El, and taught them how they should fear the Most High. But every nation still made gods of its own and put them in the shrines of the high places that the Samaritans had made. Every nation in the cities in which they lived. The men of Babylon made Sukkoth Benot. The men of Cuth made Nergal. The men of Hamath made Ashima. And the Abites made Nibhaz and Tartak. And the Sephirites burnt their children in the fire of Adramelech, and Anamelech, the power of the Sepharvims. They also feared the Most High and appointed from among themselves all sort of people as priests of the high places, whom sacrificed for them to the shrines of the high places. So they feared the Most High, but also served their own powers, after the manner of the nations from among whom they had been carried away. See, what was their mistake? They learned about the Most High, but they brought the other deities with them, just like a lot of us do today. We be in the churches, we learn that we Hebrew Israelites, we come and learn about the Most High, we go worship the Most High, but then we bring JC along with us into our worship of the Most High. And that is a violation. But you can't tell them they're wrong, because every man has the right to do what a man wants to do. And nobody can tell a man what to do. One of the hardest things to do in this lifetime is to change the way a man thinks. You can't, because he thinks he's right. She thinks she's right. They think they're right. And for you to go in and tell them that they can't worship JC, can't bring JC with them, they got to leave him because he's an idol, they will become upset. They will become disappointed. They will become shamed. They will shun you. They will shut you out of places. They will talk bad about you. They will disassociate themselves with you. And this is the point I'm trying to make. Many of us here today are guilty of the same thing that those people just did. We incorporated other deities into our worship of the Most High, and then we wonder why our lives are the way that they are. Why I just can't seem to prosper. Why I just can't seem to come up. I just can't seem to get it together. It's because the Most High has you under a curse. And the only way to be relieved of that curse is to worship Elohei Yisrael as Echad, as one. That's it. No other power. Stop believing in Yeshua, the Hamashiach. He's not the Hamashiach. He's an idol. He's an image, a statue. They got a big statue of him, a big colossal statue that got struck by lightning several times. He's one. And until Israel realizes that and return full-fledged into their power, we're going to keep getting struck down. We're going to keep getting hiccups and heartaches and pains. You're going to keep wondering why you at the bottom and everybody else at the top. You're going to keep wondering why. I'm here to tell you why. Because you're not listening to me. You want to argue with me with everything that I say to you, or you want to shut me down and unfriend me and run from me and turn out or clock out. This is a desperate time right now. Your deities are not going to save you. They're not going to save you. Only the Most High can resolve these problems that we have today. Only the Creator. And you have to understand that. They did not fear the Most High. They did not follow the statutes of the rules of the laws or the commandments that the Most High commanded the children of Yaakov, whom he named Yisrael. Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh made a covenant with them and commanded them, you should not fear other deities. You shall not fear Yahweh. You shall not fear other deities or bow yourselves to them or serve them or sacrifice to them. But you shall fear Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, who brought you out of the land of Egypt with great power and with an outstretched arm. You shall bow yourself to him and him alone, and to him you shall sacrifice. And the statutes and the rules and the laws and the commandments that he wrote for you, you should always be careful to do. Wait a minute. A lot of our people believe that keeping the law of the Most High is enough, even if they got JC along with the package. But here you can see specifically that you're in violation, because the law, following the law, ain't enough. The Most High is a jealous power. He wants your focus to be on him and him alone, no other power. And the statutes and the rules and the laws and the commandments that he wrote for you, you shall always be careful to do. You should not fear other powers, and you shall not forget the covenant that I made with you. You shall not fear other powers, but you shall fear Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the power of Abraham, Yitzchak, Yisrael, your Elohim, your Ha Elohim, your creator, and he will deliver you out of the hands of all your enemies. However, they would not listen. I know some of you right now saying, Prince, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm cool, man. I'm going to have to stop listening to you, Prince, because you keep trying to turn me away from JC. However, they would not listen, but they did according to their former manner, as if Prince didn't say nothing to them. So these nations feared Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh and also served their carved images. Their children did likewise, and their children's children, as their fathers did, so they do to this day. And that's practice Christianity. We mingle the houses together. When we learned we were Hebrew, we didn't walk away from Christianity kicking our feet and dusting our hands off and washing our hands and getting away from that. What we did was we brought Christianity along with us. We brought their God. We brought the Christian deity right along with us. He's in our minds. He's in our hearts. And now we speak his name off of our lips. We just changed it to a different name, but we speak it off of our lips. This doesn't please the Most High. He's not happy with that. We're in deep violation. And then we wonder why our lives are going the way that our lives are going. A lot of you out here practicing Christianity, calling yourself a Hebrew Israelite, the Most High is not pleased with that. You are practicing idolatry, but yet you're calling yourself by a name of power. It's not good at all. We're going to leave off here, and next week, Creator willing, we'll come back in 2 Kings chapter 18. So what I want to do now, and I want to take questions, answers, and comments. Let's see, family. Are there any questions at this time? Sister Shavanya, Shabbat Shalom, sis. She says, I remember when Elohim, the voice in my head, told me to go to Shema Yisrael School of Understanding for the first time in 1999. I walked in that Shabbat day, and all they did was talked about JC. I was crying. Because I didn't understand that, like that, I didn't understand like that about God, what I thought it was God. But when that first Shabbat was done and they asked me if I was coming back next week, I was crying, but I told them yes, because, Prince, do you remember elders I came from Philly? Depends on what elder you're talking about. We got a whole bunch of them. I was dumbfounded, hence yes, because I wanted to know more. And they added, you have to drop the pants, haste, but I kept coming. And the rest in history. Now I know the true and only Elohim. May the Most High be praised. All right. Prince, do you remember elders I came from Philly? You got to tell me which elder, man. It's a bunch of them. Which elder, which one? Shit. Let's see. All I can remember, he was regular on Power Talk with us. An elder from Philly that was regular on Power Talk? No, all I know was me. And I wasn't no elder back then. What elder was on Power Talk? He was in my room on Power Talk, Temple Keith Irene. I don't know who that could be. Right. Even before you open your room. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Yeah, I'm sitting. I'm in Ohio today. Yeah, I'm sitting chilling. I'm sitting back chilling. Thank you for noticing, sis. May the Most High be praised. Yeah, I don't know which elder from Power Talk. Was it a male or female? I'm assuming you're talking about a male. So I don't know. Brother Dawid. Yeah, some people are afraid of being called an antichrist. You're right about that. She said he will be praised. That's all right. I just want to be a part of the ones that praise him. That's all. Just want to be a part of that. All right. If we don't have any questions, family, we're going to shut it down. Brother Benjamin, do you have the opportunity to pray? Close us out. Do I remember Yehuda Ben? That's who you talk about? Yehuda Ben? That was my man. Yehuda Ben. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yehuda Ben. Matter of fact, Yehuda Ben had his own radio station. He had his own radio station. Actually, I got an interview with Yehuda Ben. Yep. May the Most High be praised, sis. Please go on without me. Indeed, Yehuda Ben, a great brother. Absolutely. All right, we're going to close it out, family. I mean, if you guys don't have any questions or comments, listen, we ain't got to go nowhere. We got about an hour or two before the sun go down here. And I ain't doing nothing else. So if y'all want to keep it going, we can keep it going. But you can't keep it going if you ain't doing nothing. So if you want to talk, let's talk. If you got some questions, ask some questions. You got any comments, then bring your comments. Hey, I know who I can ask to pray. Underneath the crown. How you feel today? You want to close us out in prayer underneath the crown? Would you like to close us out today underneath the crown? I haven't heard your voice in a prayer in a long time. What do you think? Sister Tara, are you there? Underneath the crown, what do you think? Would you like to close us out in prayer today? Sister Yakia, you still here? Sister Yakia, you still here? Would you like to close us out with prayer? Come on, ladies, where y'all at? My brothers don't want to do it. Brother Dawid, would you like to close us out with prayer? Brother Benjamin, would you like to close us out with prayer? Benjamin from Cincinnati. Brother Enoch. Any of y'all, come on now. Somebody take this mic and Prince, I got you, Prince. We're going to do this. We're going to close out. Anybody? There's the link. Anybody want to close it? Anybody that know the Most High and the Most High alone? You want to close us out with a prayer? There's the link. Everybody sitting in the background. We got 1,800 people in the room, and nobody wants to volunteer to close us out in prayer. Brother Benjamin from Florida, are you present? Would you like to close us out with prayer? I don't want to make it look like I'm begging. I don't like begging. And that's what it's starting to feel like to me. I don't like the way that feels. Man, you'd be surprised what you can do, bro. Go ahead, hit that link and come on up. We're not worried about being impressed. I don't care. I care. Oh, I tell you, man, you get me every time. Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, my brother.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. I was just sitting there. I'm like, hey, why don't nobody want to jump in this opportunity?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Everybody got excuses.
I know. I couldn't do it last week. My excuse was I was tired-made. So, I'm very particular about approaching the Most High. We have to come with him.
As you're supposed to be. That's right.
Amen. Amen. I took my shower last night. I'm totally clean right now.
All right. Here you go. All right. So, hey, shalom, man. How you feeling?
Well, hallelujah.
Well, the Most High be praised. All right, family. We can have a chit chat a little bit later if y'all want. Don't go nowhere. My brother Kezu is going to close us out with a dynamic prayer. Watch. Put that pressure on you. Ain't no pressure.
It's no pressure.
Heart, that's all.
It's natural.
Yeah.
Praising the Most High is what we do. So hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Giving you thanks, great King, even for opportunity to come before you, even at this time, asking for permission to speak to your magnificence. Thank you, Yah, for even this beautiful Shabbat day that you have blessed us to see. Thank you for my family and for allowing this house to be at peace. May you even continue to watch over all places that would even call upon your name and reverence your day. May you even watch over your people, Israel, even as we begin on another cycle of creation as this day will come to an end. We thank you, Yah, for even keeping us in your mind and heart, and ask you to even allow us to keep you in our minds and hearts. For what is the duty of man but to keep your commands and fear you, Yah. We thank you, Yah, for your Torah. We thank you, Yah, for your mercies and your loving kindness everlasting, Yah. We ask that you to even continue to forgive us, Yah, Salak Lanu, for our shortcomings, for our transgressions, Yah. We are not perfect, but we are part of your perfect perfection, even creation. So we thank you, Yah, for even allowing us to be before you. May you even cause our actions to be acceptable before you. And may you even bless Israel, Yah, for we need you. Without you, we are not. Thank you for the elders. May you even continue to keep them strong and moving in your way. And even thank you for the youth, Yah. May you even allow them to be receptive to the good things that the elders and the ones before them have to bring them. We thank you, great King, for all things and everything, for what we're for. Without you, once again, we are not and we could be not. Ko kavolaka, ko halal b'shem galaka, ko hazman. Enki mo enki maha, meleka olam. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
That boy yours, that boy yours. Thank you for that prayer, brother. We greatly appreciate it. So anything you want to talk about, bro? Anything you want to talk about?
Ooh, there's a lot. But yeah, you had a good reference on the Kings today. That moat thing. It's funny. Moat you might. It's funny. That's a moat you might means you will surely die. So I think that's where you got that from. But the move, I love that. The fact that we can connect and definitely build on this law. We have to definitely constantly and continue to expound on our history so that we can not repeat the bad stuff. You understand? Like, there's been a lot of things that, you know, we grasp on. Like I said, even when the last time I spoke, like, we might not know the origins thereof, but, you know, it's always good to reflect back on that and just let's come to a current understanding of where we need to be as a nation, because that's the only way we're going to be able to move forward. Got to stay open-minded.
Yeah.
Stay open-minded that, you know, change is good, and as long as it's changing for the better, thank the Most High.
See, that's the words of a brother who stays in the background. He don't make no noise in Israel, but he is extremely helpful in Israel. Good brother. Good brother. He helps in ways that a lot of people just totally ignore. He's there, and he's dependable. May the Most High bless him in all of his efforts. May the Most High bring peace and blessings upon his household and his family, and cause them to exponentially grow. Exponentially, what's that word? Exponentially. Grow powerful and mighty and wealthy in all that they do, in the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Creator, and be useful to the nation on even higher levels than they've ever been before. Blessings of the Most High be upon him, his household, his family, from everlasting to everlasting.
Gamla Cop Prince, Torah Babishvila.
So where we at, family? Anybody else want to talk? Sister Atonia, you want to come on the platform and talk, sis? You want to come tell us a little bit about where you've been, what you've been into? Tell us about yourself, sis. We ain't heard your voice in a long time. Come talk to us. So, family, while you waiting around for sister to get on the stage, on the platform, tell us about your day today. What did you get out of the lesson today? What part stood out to you of all the lessons that we discussed today? What part stood out to your mind? What did you find most helpful or most useful that you can apply to your lifestyle to help make changes in your future? Talk to me, family. Sister Antonia, come on, girl, I'm waiting for you. You've taken a long time. And Brother Keza, would your wife like to speak?
You know she would, but she's laying down right now.
She's laying down.
She's enjoying the Shabbat.
All right, no problem. No problem, bro. No problem. Because, you know, she got some words of wisdom, boy. She got some words of wisdom.
You know it.
Yes. Yes. Anybody else? Oh, I can't believe y'all sitting still at a moment like this, man. It don't make sense. I don't understand it. Y'all had so much to talk about while the lesson was going on. Now tell us what you got out of the lesson today. I sent the link in the room. You can come on the screen. If you don't want nobody to see your face, they don't have to see your face. You can keep your face off. But you can come in and talk and inspire others to do better in their lives through examples that you have in your life. I thought about a lot of stuff this week that I wanted to share with y'all. But you know, I forgot it all. You know, I forgot a lot of the stuff. I'm going to have to start writing stuff down and keeping notes because there'd be so much go through my mind through the week.
I have that problem too, Prince. I said, your mind just wonders, and you're like, hold on, I want to come back. We need to discuss this later. And then, yeah, they just try to bring it back. It's definitely difficult.
Yeah, man, I got to start writing stuff down. Brother Benjamin, there's the link. Hit the link. Come in, bro. You want to talk? Let's talk. We got like 2 hours before the sun go down. I think it's like what, 3:30 for about an hour and a half, maybe.
Can't we got like an hour and 30 minutes at least. Pull up, brother Ben.
Man, you can stop writing and you can come in, hit the link, and come on the screen and start talking. Yeah, you can start talking. I know some brothers in the room that would love to have that conversation because they got all the answers. Yeah, they got all the answers. Danielle, you present today, Danielle? Sister Shivanya. Let's go, Sister Shivanya. Go ahead, girl.
Double shalom that I'm in here.
Yeah, do your thing. You got the platform, sis. How you
Double
been?
shalom. I'm feeling great, you know, regardless of whatever's happening in our life. Torah for life, Torah for understanding. I haven't been here for a while, but I thank God for all this platform that we can learn from Him and expand on His word and absorb everything that we can take so we can grow in His ways and live His righteousness because we're supposed to live righteousness. These words have a lot of distractions, but we have to stay focused. I was not born in this world life, so you know, I came in and I started learning and I adapted myself to this way. So God called us to be open to Him, to absorb His way in His life and live it out in the world, and that's what is the key on us becoming into this world life. A lot of us have other foreign gods, like how you were saying about Jesus, Mary, or whatever. Somebody has Santeria, somebody have different things that they worship. But when Elohim call you to a specific way in His way, you have to come and show it and live it. Because even amongst your own people, because I experienced a lot of Israelites. Okay, we Israelite, but they're not living in this world life. They're living like in a double steps. So even myself, I can see myself there, but we have to just gravitate towards the Most High and always give Him praise, always acknowledge Him. Because a lot of time the mistake we do in this world life, we gravitate to people, you know. Okay, the person might bring you in or whoever lead you to it, but your focus should not be on people. Your focus should be on Most High
There
and
you go.
this learning.
There you go.
And I think Moray, you know, I always see this Moray as a wise Moray. Since I met him in Shema a very long time ago. I remember this Moray Prince. He was trying to bring a project out again, land, and I thought that was a good idea. I would have loved they would have followed that program because that's the program that we need to do. Get away from these places because
But I did follow it. They
yeah, you did follow it, but the group together did not follow it. So
didn't
that was
follow it. I stuck to the program.
a beautiful thing. You know, I
How long
remember
ago
back
was that,
then.
sis? You remember that? How long ago
It
was
was
that?
a very long time ago. I mean, I a long years,
Like
way
2000?
before anybody started bringing this thing about land. I think it was before Moray started his thing on Georgia. Way before that.
It was way before that. It's like
Yeah,
2007, man.
yeah, it was very you one of the first one that came up with those ideas. But I think we need to do this because God tells us to go to ourselves. So that's what we happen. A lot of time we get caught up in these cities with these things and but all praises to the Most High, you know, praises to the Most High to put these leaders in places so we can learn this because I never know about Israelites until I was old, like 25, 30. I said, whoa, what is that? And
Yeah.
you know, I stayed. But you know, I see more people in come and go, but we have to be steady. Even when God sent us somewhere far away, you always have to have this with you because this is what's gonna save your life. He's learning his way, his commands. You know, you might be caught, you might fall, but you have to get back up. You might fall 7, but you gotta get up 9, 8. You gotta keep going, get up. So this is really, you know, I'm not an expert on speaking or anything. You know, I was basically raised in the street, not in the street, but you know, I didn't really have a basic schooling like that. But I always loved God, you know. And once I started looking at Him, because I didn't know about the Most High when I was younger, I was lost. Um, I was low, but I'm not afraid to talk about my life because I'm sorry I'm talking, but it's just I'm talking a lot, but it just life itself. It brought me towards God, and then that's what I acknowledged, because I was drawn. My mom was a shoplifter. She don't do that anymore. She in her life, but I came into the crazy life. But when I recognized, she was shoplifting, my bread was this and that. But I was always like feel like I didn't belong. Even when they used to do the Labor Day, this, that, I was feeling like I was in there, but I was left out. But when I heard this calling now, it was so way different. I said, it caught my attention. So it's something that I always wanted to be. And it interested me. So I opened my eyes and I stood there. So no matter where I walk, it's like this always gonna be part of me. The long skirt, the wraps, the thing. People tell me, no, you look like an old lady, but I don't. This is what I love. This is what caught my attention. And I dwell in here, but it's a very lonely walk when you come in this way of life. It's lonely, but I praise the Most High God to my up and downs, and I'm falling, I'm getting up. That I'm always decided to stay with Him no matter what, no matter where I stand, no matter if I'm homeless, no matter if I'm there. I always want to choose this path because this is a good path. It gives you life, it make you be good. Even when it knock you down, it's still for you good. So I just pray the Most High for His teachings, all these people that He put around us so they could teach us like Morikes, his wife, that they always talking beautiful things, and I always love that. Even the crown, I was waiting for her to come in because she's a beautiful sister. Underneath the crown with her family, I met them on Shmine. It was beautiful. They're very royal family too. So I praise God for all the royal families, all the teachers, the lessons and the blessings. Baruch Hashem. Thank you.
All right, may the Most High be praised. Shabbat shalom, sis.
Shabbat shalom.
Go ahead, brother Benjamin. Tell us about your day, bro.
Yo.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Toda Shabbat shalom, family. Just jumping right out there. Here, probably for the last 7 months or so, for the last year, I've been traveling back and forth to Cuba. And I strongly, there are things that you know, there are things that you believe, and there are things that you think you know. So I strongly believe that many of those so-called Cubans are the Israelites, the so-called Jews that were expelled from Spain in 1492. In addition to that, they were forced into the religion of the European. And like the sister said, and you said, they put these things in place to weaken us, these idols of JC and all this other stuff. But the reason why this is so important to me, as it's just locked into my ruach, is I would love to go and live in Cuba. I would absolutely love that. There's several things that would need to be in place in order for that to happen. But also, I don't see in Cuba an awakening like we see here. Now, Brother Kez, in 2005, 2006, he was a humble brother living in Philly on Pal Talk. Temple Kefarim was in Philly, and it was not that many of us. It was not. We was way outnumbered by the Yeshuites. It was thousands of them, of which I was one. All praise to the Most High, and thanks to Akoti Vanna, wherever she may be, or Bana, whatever her name is now. The Most High led me out of that. But it was like 100 of us and 1,000 of them. Now we see our numbers growing. Our awakening is growing. And I would love to be a part of the awakening in Cuba. Fortunately, Cuba is more of an atheist nation than anything. Since they gained their independence, they eliminated any religious orders within the country. There's individuals who may have a religion, but it's not nationally supported. Anyway, with that being said, I would love to be a part of letting our people over there in Cuba know who we really are. Because see, when the enemy gave them a God, that was bad enough. But then they took the country from the Spanish. They took it with fighting, with blood, with sweat, with tears. That's why they're free and we're emancipated. Emancipated means to transfer ownership from one party to another. So we stopped being private slaves and became public to the government. But those people over there are free, and they believe in their heart that they are Cubans. And it'll be hard to tell them anything else. But with the Most High's help, if they knew that they was Israelites, the numbers of them that would awaken, and the reason why that's important to me, and I'm gonna close out, is a sister I talk to all the time. I love her to death. I think we have the same mind that the return of the Most High, the fulfillment of prophecy, is based on how many of us return, how many of us call out to the Most High for our salvation and deliverance. So like I said, Arquez, in 2005, 2006, it was 100 of us. It was 100 on Pal Talk calling out. In 2025 today, there's we're in the thousands. Our numbers are growing. And I just want to be a part of making that number grow even more. Everybody ain't gonna come to the knowledge of the Most High. We're not a religion, and we're not Christians where we go out and evangelize our way of life. The Most High calls his servants. He calls us out. So I realize that, but I just believe that we need to, and again, this is my personal belief, is that we need to get the word out. We need to try to be there to teach and to educate even those people like myself who thought that they were in a religion that was right, but who read and study and realize that there were some holes in the religion. And when we saw the holes, it was like, oh, well, we just by faith, we gonna keep going. Not even understanding what true faith really is. So if there's anybody out there that has that passion, has some knowledge, can give me some insight, because I don't think I'm gonna be letting this go. Like I said, I've been going to Cuba back and forth now for the last year. And I'm, looking at future trips right now, Most High willing. I'm looking at going to Grenada and Corsica. I would like to find some remnants of our history there, because if you look at 1492, we was all taught this one thing: Columbus sailed the ocean blue, but it was really because Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand said, "Get them Israelites out of here, get them out of here."
Right.
Brought us right over here. We don't know who we are. We don't know what happened. They taught us, and they give us the port. They give us JC. They give us this fake nationality to weaken us, because the only thing that can weaken us is to put a wedge between us and the Most High God. And I'm gonna close out with this, very similar to Samson. Samson, he could not be stopped until he put a wedge between him and the Most High God. He broke every bond that the enemy ever put on him. So they've been putting these bonds on us because our people, we eat against the Torah. We pray and serve idols against the Torah. We identify with nations that are against the Torah, and it's a wedge between us and the Most High. So I basically am seeking to destroy that wedge. And before I end that, look, regarding being prepared for what's coming to this country and what's coming to this earth, look, I'm so passionate, I done stood up. Yes, we do need to be prepared, but I think we also need to understand that millions and millions of so-called Black people, our people, are not with us. We cannot reach out to save everyone. When the Most High sent the ark, and had Noah build that ark, 8 people got on it. And you got an ark there in Georgia. Hey man, listen, be careful. Don't hook up with everybody that say, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, don't hook up with everybody that say they're Hebrew Israelite, or everybody that say they Black, or whatever the case may be. They'll bring you down. They'll bring you down. If a servant of the Most High finds himself in any situation or any problem, the Most High will deliver him. The Most High will deliver her, their family. And then also, we can't be afraid of death. We need to stop that. I understand, but we need to stop being afraid of death. That's something the enemy gave to us. He made us fear death in the way that he presented it to us, the way that he imposed it upon us and upon our ancestors. But we need to get rid of that. We need to stop fearing it. We need to stop fearing killing too. There's murder and there's killing. It's 2 different things. So as we prepare ourselves for what's coming in these final days, I just ask the Most High be with us all. And if anybody out there knows anything about what I'm saying about Cuba or has a passion to reach out and build networks outside of this country, then hit me up. Let me know. All right, Toda, shalom.
Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere.
That's fire. Good words, man.
Yeah.
Toda,
I thought you said you was a little leery about speaking, a little shaky. You did a great job.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Well, Cubans are definitely Hebrew. It's a whole lot of countries around the world that are our people who was mixed with other people, and their skin is a whole lot different than ours. But the skin color is not what makes you Hebrew. It's the nationality, it's your bloodline. That's what makes you Hebrew. Cubans, Panamanians, Hawaiians, Haitians, Portuguese, all of them are Hebrews. All of them, the majority of them are Hebrews. And you know, it's our people, as the Most High said, are like speckled bird. We're going to look like any color. We're going to have a whole lot of different colors all over us. When you bring us all together and put us in one location, in one place, we're going to have a whole lot of different shades of colors on us. But it's our bloodline that determines who we are. So if the Creator's putting that spirit and that energy in you to go out there and do it, then accept that as your responsibility to go out there and do what the Father's put on you. And don't let a man turn you away. That's your passion, fulfill it. But I will go to the Most High first and ask him, this is what you would do, Father, be with me. You know, just for that extra level of protection. And then go for it, man. And whatever we can do to help to assist you, we'll do what we can. We ain't got no problem with that. You know?
Well, this sister told me one time, she said, Ben, never meet your heroes. Because it was this one Israelite brother, you couldn't tell me nothing about this dude. He's a great teacher, rest in peace, responsible for many contributions to our people. But sometimes you got to separate the message from the person that's giving the message. The message is from the Most High, but he uses men like you, like I, to carry on this message. So with that being said, when I became so enchanted, if you will, I'll use that term, with Cuba, the first 2 visits, you couldn't tell me nothing bad about Cuba. You couldn't talk about the people, and I still stand by this. That's one of the safest places I've ever been in my life for a couple of different reasons. The people themselves they have a high moral quality. And also, there's really no guns in Cuba, not amongst the citizens like it is here. So I walked all over the place and whatnot. But I thought, Ak, that the Cuban people were really just good people. So my last trip, I went and I didn't take any money with me, just very, very little money. And I said, I'm going to live amongst the people. And I went during a hurricane. It was wild. It was difficult. But what I saw a lot of good, don't get me wrong. But I also did learn that not every Cuban is a good person, you know. So I met some of my heroes face to face and my eyes were open. So I said all that to say, going there, it's going to present probably some form of danger once we start coming with the truth. If we just let them do all the talking, we'd probably be all right. But if we start to pick away at that Cuban pride that they have, at that point, you know, said, hey, you know, I understand that you got Cuban pride, but do you know where you was evicted out of Spain? That's why you speak Spanish. You know, that's not your language. That's not your actual native language. You were practicing a belief system, if you want to call it that. You were the Jews of the land. And because of that, you were expelled out. So at that point, some people I don't know who's going to receive that, but the mission itself, I think, could present some dangers just doing this. So I'm saying that to say, when you go, like I say, you can't be afraid of anything, death or life or anything like that, because it could go either way. I don't know why I said that, but That was my thought.
Well, all I can say is go ahead on with your mission, man. It just may be that the Father got something over there for you. You know,
You
well,
mentioned it.
Huh?
In your school, you say you have a person who speaks Spanish, who teaches Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. Is it for adults, or is it for children only, or your students of your school?
The school is pre-K to 12th grade.
All right. Well, that leaves
So
me out, but I need my Spanish is horrible.
Unless you want to come back.
You got any children?
Nah, they're all grown. They're all grown.
Okay. Well, what about your grandchildren?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, get your neighbors' children. Get your neighbors' children to sign up for the school. And when the Spanish class comes, just sit in the audience.
Okay, hallelujah. Yeah, I need to definitely brush up on my Spanish. I've been learning.
They teach it, man. You can get somebody to teach you as an adult. I got a lot of Spanish, Portuguese guys that teaches me a lot too.
Okay.
They work with me, and we speak is Portuguese when we work.
That's a different kind of Spanish, though. You got that's
Yeah, it is a little bit different.
Right.
It's
It's like you live in Georgia, but you from Philly, and you probably can't understand what people are saying that are from Georgia when they're talking to you. Well, you've been there a while, but when I went to Augusta and I was just trying to have basic conversations, I was like, "What? I'm sorry. What'd you say? I can't understand you." You know, I need to translate.
But I don't just live in Georgia. I live in Philly still. I live in a couple states, man. I'm all over the place. I'm international.
I can't understand what people from Philly are saying sometimes.
Yeah, depending on who you talk to.
John.
So it's just Spanish is the same, different dialect, same language.
Yeah, but it's cool. Learn your Spanish, man, and learn the best you can. But I'm sure you can find a tutor. You can always go back to the community college for it, also. They'll teach you.
Indeed.
It's something definitely something you can learn. But I learned when I first learned, I was in school, in elementary school, in high school, and then I got locked up. I went to jail, and they taught me something in jail. And then when I got out and started working in the workforce, they taught me something out in the workforce in the streets. So I learned all over the place, man, different dialects all over the place. And I still don't speak fluent. I don't speak fluently, but I can get around.
Right. That's how I'm learning.
Yeah. But you get there, you got your mindset on it. You're going to get it. You're definitely going to get it. But like I said, if there's anything we can do to help, man, just let me know.
Okay, Toda, man, for having me on. Toda, for your lessons. I appreciate the knowledge.
May the Most High be with you, and thank you for hanging around so long. It's been 20 years?
Yeah. I didn't know that you was on YouTube. After Pal Talk, I lost all my connections with other servants, and I kind of just been journeying through this way of life on my own. I had a couple of friends that I retained from that forum. Some I never met, just through the social interaction, talking on the phone or chatting. But I've been doing this by myself, man, since all that time. It's been a blessing. I've seen people come and go.
That's right. Seen them come and go.
One thing I've learned, and I say this, a true servant will be able to follow through with the Torah. When people start getting all outside the Torah and they talk about all these extra books and all this and that, that's how you know a person ain't gonna make it. So I've met a lot of people and they was fascinated with being a Hebrew Israelite or fascinated with some aspect of our history. But when I try to guide them to, hey, do a study of the Torah to learn how to live in a way that pleases the Most High, when they hear about the Shabbat, they fall away. When they hear about the shrimp and the crabs and the pork, they fall away. When they hear about being clean, they fall away.
What about the chicken?
So I know that this has been some months ago that you did a teaching on chicken, and I think Kazuya also may have picked up on that, but I personally don't agree with the chicken. I do not.
Did you watch the lesson?
Yeah, I did, and of course I listened. And if you ever like off Shabbat want to have a discussion about different animals and things like that, I would love to do that. But so to keep the spirit of the Shabbat, personally, I wouldn't debate it today at this moment, but I would love to share what I know and also what I believe, because I can be taught. I'm not going to die on no hill about a chicken. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I would love to go there with you and see what we can do, because I like your position. You are in a position right now to learn how to live completely off the land. You should, as you grow and develop in where you are, you should never ever go to a grocery store for any reason. But yeah, we can definitely talk. So then if you're not going to grow a chicken, you won't see one.
I would have chickens on the land just to fertilize the ground, the soil.
That's good. Yeah, that too, because I would have pigs. Since you feel that way, it would be a good idea to have a pig or two.
Pigs also. Yep.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. I just won't eat them because they're unclean.
Like just like having a dog. You can have a dog, but you don't eat them.
Yeah.
Same thing. I agree with you 100%. I was telling my friends, I really want a pig. I had a pig as a child, and they're awesome, and I'm glad. I was mad when they did eat him, when he was killed and eaten. I was very upset. Maybe that was the Most High showing me then at 5 years old, this is not food. You killed my friend. You killed my friend. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So you lived on some land when you was 5?
Oh yeah, I'm from Redbird, Oklahoma. I encourage everyone to Google it, look it up. I'm from Redbird, Oklahoma. Very, very small town. We lived. We rarely went to the grocery store for anything. We rarely. I never went to a doctor. I was born at a hospital, but anything ever happened to me, they took care of it right there at the house. And a lot of my aunts and uncles was born in the kitchen. The same thing they washed clothes in, we took a bath in. Water came from out of the ground out there, out back, and we put our waste back down into the ground. We burnt our trash, just different things. Yeah, so I fish. I fish a lot, much more than I hunt, but I'm capable of both. I love being outside, love it. Like I said, you are in a good position. I've heard about your situation. I don't know everything, but I think you have some expansive acreage. So you got a lot of dirt, which, most of our food comes from the dirt or lives off what comes out of it. So you are in an awesome spot. And then that's crazy because, and I only know you like I know everybody else, from the internet. I haven't met personally, but one Israelite that I've touched them, So, I mean, you from the city. I don't know what you know how to do with your land.
Well, maybe all that needs to change, man. Maybe you need to do something about that.
Well, let me tell you what. My sister said, don't make
you spend a lot of time in Cuba. You ain't spend too much time down there in Georgia.
Nah, my sister said don't meet your heroes, because the best way to meet somebody is to ride in the car with them for 24 hours.
Not this hero. I'm not a faker, man. I'm not. This is real all the way through and through.
Man, you've been in it. I've been knowing you to be in it for 20 years. That's what I'm saying. That's amazing, because most people fall off. They fall off. All I've seen, Kez, and somebody told me not to call. I'm sorry. Kez is how I knew you. So Prince Kez, all I have seen is people falling off for 20 years. They all start. They get the new name. They change their name from Jeffrey to Kez Kelliyah, and Akbak, the Bakba, and then they change their whole wardrobe. And 5 years later, they don't want to talk about it. That's all I've ever seen.
Let me give you a little history. It's been 30 plus years. 30 plus. probably going on 33, 34. And I didn't change my name. I was given my title by the elders of Shema Yisrael. You know, I was given Prince as a title and position to be recognized throughout the earth. And I accepted it. But before they gave it to me, the Creator gave it to me in a dream the day before. And that next day, they gave me the title. So, you know, it ain't no, it's no, it's not an ego thing here. It's no ego going on here. You call me what? Kez, Ak, whatever. Did I crack my mouth? Not one time.
No.
I know who I am and I'm comfortable in my skin. None of that bothers me. This
I
thing
went
has
in
been.
a room one time.
Huh?
Sorry, sleek eye. I went to fellowship with a brother. You know, I love this brother. I've been, you know, I knew him through the internet. And I was like, yo, whoop, whoop, blah, blah, man, it's so good to see you and whatever. And they was like, no, you must call him rabbi. And I said, well, he's not my rabbi. And plus I have an issue with that anyway. And I'm blocked. I can't go back. I'm not, you know, it's just, it's people are different. But I want to make sure that I'm always respectful, because that, I think that's a trademark of being a good servant, is that respecting people. And if I could say, Antonio Avila said that they lived in Tulsa for a while. I'd love to hear more about that. You know, that would be awesome too.
But I think you have a lot to contribute to the community. Just to come down and spend a day or two and visit, you know, and meet the family and see what we're doing. And because you've lived the experience that we're just beginning to live. So of course you can share with us information that we don't know. And we're always information.
Possibly. I think that in my mind, I'm more of a what they call like a prepper. And I already have my plan. It does not involve being around anybody or living with anybody or being in any camps or anything. But if you do decide that you're going to become stationary and have a camp, then I will say that you definitely want to fortify your position, and you want that position to be truly self-sustaining. And it cannot be self-sustaining if you are dependent on petroleum products or generated electricity. You're going to have to lose some things, you know, and learn how to survive on everything the Most High has given us, the air, the food that he provides, the sunshine and the cold, and all that's for a reason. So then if you have anything, if you have a bag of beans or you have some chickens or a pig running around there, somebody will take your entire family out for that one chicken. So you definitely have to be prepared to fortify your position and to hold on to it. And that's going to involve a lot of different things, having a lot of different intelligence tactics in play. And if I was going to come sit down and talk with you, I talk with you a little bit about that. But again, you have to get rid of anybody that you think is your friend because they black or because they're Hebrew Israelite or they came to your congregation a few times. None of that matters. In survival, you got to look at the people that's really in your core circle. And the land that you have to be able to sustain all of those lives on that land. And then you have to be prepared. I believe, in my opinion, I believe that you have to be prepared to expand your position by any means necessary to prolong and you know, until the Most High say we're going to do something different. And lastly, I'm going to say this. You're in a good spot because you're on the coast. And according to my understanding of the writings, we leaving out of here back the way we came. So you're going to have a shorter journey to the water, brother, because that's where we're going. We're going in that water, whether it be dry ground or whatever the case may be. I believe I read that. That's the way we came, and that's the way we leave. So we're in a very good spot. I'm in Florida, so I'm a little closer to the water than you. But yeah, I would definitely love to sit down and talk with you about some things that wouldn't be appropriate for the internet. But yeah, I would love that. That would mean a lot to me, actually, because I want to see you make it, and I want to see your people make it. And I just want to know how committed you are to surviving.
Extremely committed. That's all we know.
Hallelujah.
That's all we know. So, you know, we do what we got to do to make it happen. The Creator has blessed us.
I'm in Jacksonville, sleek eye.
Yeah, we got Israelites out there in Jacksonville also. We was just in Jacksonville, me and my wife. Where was we at?
I heard you got a married couple out here. I believe they got a food joint or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct. And they just had a Unity Shabbat, and we went out there and visited the Unity Shabbat.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
just over.
I'm into. I definitely I am more of a to myself type of person, but I definitely am into surviving, talking about it, being about it.
Well, you know, if you know you're into surviving on this level, when this hell break loose in the earth, being by yourself is not a good thing.
That's not true. That's definitely not true. You're actually a little better off if you're by yourself.
I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, but so you got small children. I've been seeing. I think I heard a baby in the background, that kind of thing. So you're gonna want to see.
I got children every age. I got them every age. It's almost, you name it, I got a child there or close to it. I got a bunch of children. But that ain't the case. When hell break loose, they coming out in bandits. They coming out thick. 5, 10, 15, 20 of them. One individual trying to ward off all those bandits, it's not going to look too good. I don't care what you got.
I'll say this: tactically, you just don't want to be seen. You really, that's it. Your best thing is to evade. You're always evading. There's some talk. There was talk. So one of the things that I learned as a revolutionary is one is to maintain secrecy. The other is to evade capture at all times. And one of the first things, that we thought that we would do back at that time was to free all of our political prisoners. But if you think about the people that are in prison right now, we just gonna leave them right there. We're not going in. So that's out. So all we gotta do now is just maintain secrecy and evade capture, bro. That's it.
Okay. Then we should probably have those conversations when you're ready. You have any way to get my phone number?
I do.
You got Kezu's phone number?
I have your location.
You got my location?
Yeah, not your currently. You said you're in Ohio, but I'm talking about your camp.
Okay. Then you should probably try to get a phone number and call, because if you just show up, you might get shot. And I wouldn't want that to happen.
I actually, when I usually visit people that are in this way of life, I don't reveal myself. I usually just say, "Hey, how you doing?" I don't be like, "Shalom, how you doing?" I just say, "Hey, how are you?"
Yeah, I don't care how you come up. You better just come up and, hey, be outside that gate. Don't step through that gate. You step through that gate, you might not make it back out. So yes.
No, I wouldn't step through the gate, but I have no fear of you committing murder whatsoever. If I was in your presence, you would not murder me. I'm not worried about it.
I don't want to. Listen, all I'm telling you to do, bro, is get my phone number and call me and say, "Prince, I'm outside." That's all you can say.
I'm saying, "Hey, sir, excuse me. I'm trying to find the winery. There's a winery around here somewhere. Could you help me?"
You better meet me at the grocery store then. Because, I'm serious. Seriously, I'm always on guard, even in my good times, even in my relaxed times. I'm always on guard, looking for the worst. Always. I don't trust nobody up in the streets, nobody. But it's cool. Maybe the Most High allow me to feel your spirit, man, and I'll know you all right, and we can bust it. But if I feel like you just one of them dudes, man, hey, I'm having my hand on my pistol while we talking. Hey, how you doing? You need the winery? Go down this corner, turn it, and my hand right here on my pistol the whole time. Because it's dangerous out here. If it ain't a pistol, it's a knife, a bow and arrow, a shotgun, anything, because it's dangerous. People will try to get you to take your consciousness off of what they're doing so they can do it to you. And they distract you with the simplest of things. Hey, my car broke down. Can you help me? And I'm a nice guy. I want to help everybody. But I got to look around and weigh the situation and see whether it's even a good thing to get out of my truck to help.
Yeah. If anything, Kez, you are too kind. You are too kind. I've met people that been and visited with you in Philly, you know, and they come back, oh man, he's so wonderful. He invited us in, you know. If anything, you're too good of a person, bro. I know for a fact you definitely are not gonna hurt nobody. You will put yourself at risk first before, you know, anything. So when the time comes, you'll know. When it's time to defend yourself, you'll know it. I wouldn't give you those kind of vibes, I'm sure.
No, I hope not. You standing outside the gate though.
Because it's Georgia. We got the same law. I'm definitely gonna be like, hello, anybody in there?
There you go. Stand in front of the camera and wave your hand. Be like, yo, something. You know, if you ain't got the phone number to call ahead of time, then just say, yo, you know, reach out some kind of way.
I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you and say, hey, look at Zeus said open frisk. I'm gonna call you and say, hey man, I'd like to come visit, and but we'll talk on the phone first, and most high willing, and we'll see what the visit is gonna consist of, what we're gonna be doing, and how long it's gonna be, all that kind of stuff. Because I don't know if you have a pond on your land, though. I didn't see one when I looked at it on satellite.
We don't have a pond.
That's something you want to consider because you need a fish farm. You need a pond.
Already considered. Already considered. We do have a shower, but we don't have a pond.
Okay.
All right. It's already considered, already mapped out. We know where it's going.
All right. Well, let's talk about it more. I would love that. I'll get your number and I'll give you a call.
Sounds good. May the Most High be with you. Toda Rabah.
Well, shalom, shalom. I'm going to get off the mic, but I'll stay on until you get off.
Okay. Shalom, shalom. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. So now the time is now 4:20. Are there any more conversations we need to have today, family? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else who would like to say anything about today's lesson, what they got out of the lesson, or the conversations we had with the family? All right, we're going to close it out. We done already made prayer, and we can close it out. May the Most High be praised. Ima, you got that? Any announcements, Ima?
And I have it. Besides going and look at the school on, I put the website in the comments already, but you can always visit any of our social media sites to get more information.
Do it again, if you don't mind.
Okay. You can always go to our social media to look at any of the information for our school. And I'm sorry, I'm typing and talking to y'all. The information for our school and any projects that we're working on, because I do not like to speak business on the Shabbat. And there are a lot of things that people can do to be able to support our school and the unification and elevation of our people. That's it. I'm putting it in the chat. All right, it's in the chat.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Anybody interested in the school? You want to learn about the school? You might want to send some children to the school. That's the chat you can go to, hit it up, and you will be able to contact the school, contact us through the school, however you see fit necessary. However you see fit. May the Most High be praised. Are there any other further conversation, family, before we close it out? All right, it's on you, Iman, whenever you're ready.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You had a lot to do, and you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
You got it, yeah, you
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah Land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKepharYim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKepharYim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.